Luo Feng received the 100 world rings. These sort of huge deals normally came with free chances to hunt for treasure. Buying 10,000 bug corpse units was 100 times that of the previous time. Naturally he had 100 years to hunt for treasure. Searching about freely within Wulong Starfield would be much better. Luo Feng smiled. Haha, connect to the virtual universe network. Longju Emperor said. I will send the map to you. This has to pass the audit of the virtual universe system. Luo Feng nodded. The virtual universe system had many abilities: witnessing, audit, etc. Like the Universe First Bank, the Universe Galaxy Bank, the Universe Mercenary Alliance, the huge Axe Dojo, they all had to use this virtual universe network. This made it so that Luo Feng could not help but exclaim again, despite knowing how powerful it was. After a while, Luo Feng got the authority, and the screen on his arm displayed the entire Wulong Starfield map. Longju Emperor, I'll be heading out to hunt for treasure. Luo Feng smiled. I hope you get a treasure, Longju said. Haha, Luo Feng smiled, becoming a beam of light and leaving the palace. Watching him leave, Longju couldn't help but exclaim, he's actually wasting time by hunting for treasure. Now that he's Sector Lord level, he should be about to go through life or death training, but, before that, he probably wants to relax a little by hunting for treasure. Pitiful punk, who knows whether he can survive the training. In history, there were simply too many absolute geniuses that had fallen during this period of training. Without it, they would never truly become strong warriors. Despite knowing of the dangers, humanity still sent their Sector Lord geniuses to go through these trials. Wulong Starfield, the entire starfield was filled with countless remains from the inter-race wars. All sorts of remains were lying around. Naturally they were still neatly organized. I always had guides beside me. The last time I searched for the fragments, it was so troublesome. This time is better being alone. I can be free. Luo Feng sat in his universe ship and looked at the map on his arm screen. There are so many white dots on the map. They should all be internal members. This red light, the place I'm at also has a red dot. Looks like it represents an outsider. Very quickly, Luo Feng understood the map system. The authority required for the map system wasn't exactly very high. One had to know that these internal members were all simply staff members. With Luo Feng's current level of authority, it was easy for him to get it. Babada, we'll stop here. Understood. The Yun Mo planet ship swiftly slowed down and stopped, returning to the actual universe. Chi. Wulong Starfield, a blood-colored triangular ship, stopped at one of the stop points. Luo Feng flew out, calling. Luo Feng could once again feel the calling turning into the distance. That way, there are fragments there. With a flip of his hand, he kept the Yun Mo planet ship and flew swiftly in that direction. He accelerated and quickly reached light speed, flying at about 280,000 kilometers per second. Light speed was the limit of the actual universe. Accelerating past that would send one straight into the dark universe. Going through universe travel, Undyings were all capable of doing that with their bodies alone. Sector Lords were mostly unable to do that. Normal Sector Lord pinnacle humans usually only reached up to 150,000 kilometers per second. The main thing was their body structures weren't strong enough. Hence, as they accelerate faster and faster, the burden on their bodies would increase. It would compound and get heavier on them. The golden horned beast's body was huge, it was able to go through universe. Travel with its body. These are extremely rare. Even after training in the nameless manual, Luo Feng's body structure was 3 times stronger than that of a normal sector Lord Pinnacle, yet he still couldn't do it. However, he had the soldier armor on him now. Back when he was Domain Lord Pinnacle, he was unable to unleash its true strength. Now, however, he could do it. The soldier armor could unleash 1,000 times that of a sector Lord Pinnacle strength. In acceleration, this armor could withstand most of the burden, allowing him to easily reach 280,000 kilometers per second, even reaching light speed. That wasn't a hard thing. Haha, my luck is not bad. Just from this trip, I've discovered 2 silver fragments. Luo Feng stood within a rubbish mountain, filled with glee. He was happy. The last time, it took 2 years for me to collect 232 black fragments and 12 silver fragments. Along with 1 shard, I was only able to assemble 2 full soldier armors. Soldier armor, it was incredible. Its defense was strong, its strength was also incredible, and it also had some effect withstanding spirit energy attacks. However, its ability to give an additional 1,000 sector Lord Pinnacles amount of strength, it was not bad for the golden horned beast back then, but after 1,200 years in Primal Chaos City, the current beast was much stronger than before. Just 1 soldier armor didn't do much for it. One had to know the basic strength of the beast alone was 30 times that of a human. Normal golden horned beasts were 10 times that of humans, but training in the nameless manual, it became 30. With the blood river energy triggered, it was 11 times. And with deities of the world 5 times, and its natural ability, strengthen 2 times, it could raise its strength a total of 15 times. In total, it added up to 4,950 times that of a sector lord's strength. The reason it was so ridiculous was mainly due to the nameless manual and the blood river energy. Without these 2, the beast would only be 150 times that of a human sector lord. It would have been only be a normal golden horned beast. Sector Lord Pinnacle level. The blood river energy and the nameless manual allowed its body strength to increase a lot. The soldier armor's effect was naturally not as obvious. Luo Feng stood within Wulong Starfield, almost like treasure hunting rat, searching within the mountains. Searching for the silver fragments was incredibly tough. His efficiency was not bad at first. However, as time went on, it began to decrease along the way. He had already collected a few other soldier armors. It was obviously much easier to find the black fragments. The main aim for him this time, however, was to get the silver fragments. Luo Feng didn't give up. Actually, he had only sent out a thread of consciousness to search for treasures. The golden horned beast and Masha bodies were studying the 2nd level of the Nan Shan 7 armaments. Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island, 9-star Bay. Dad. Dad. Luo Ping and Luo Hai shouted outside the door. Luo Ping, Luo Hai, your dad just returned. Can't you let me have some time alone with him first? Su Xian said unhappily, come in. Didn't he come back frequently these 21 years? Luo Hai laughed loudly and stepped in. The 2 youths stepped in. Even though they had lived for over 4,000 years, they hadn't aged at all. Among the 2 of them, Luo Ping was much more poised. He was managing the entire family matters. He was the main authority within the family since he was normally calm and collected. Naturally, the aura he gave off was so. Luo Hai was the exact opposite, almost like an uncivilized bandit, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Two sons, with two different characters. "Dad, have you been in Wulong Starfield these past 21 years?" Luo Hai asked. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Collecting a full silver armor wasn't easy, he hadn't succeeded yet. What's more, his plan was to collect two. He had to spend quite some time at Wulong Starfield. A sharpened knife was much more effective than a blunt one. Only with proper preparation could he head out into the outer region wars fully prepared. "After Wulong Starfield is done, you'll head to the outer region wars." Luo Hai couldn't help but ask, "Dad, can you take me along? I have a sector lord plant life form, it's very safe." "You." Luo Feng shook his head, "You are still far from it even with the plant life form. Your body is only domain lord level 9. You'll be cannon fodder in the outer region wars. A strong spirit attack from the other races will easily kill you. Even I have to be extremely careful there. I won't have a way to protect you at all. Just focus on your training, exploring within humanity's territories. Don't think about the outer region wars yet. When you reach Sector Lord Pinnacle and you have the strength of an undying, then we'll talk." Luo Hai drooped his head and replied, within the family, he feared nothing and was almost like a tyrant. However, he truly feared his father. "Calm down," Luo Feng ordered. "You have resources many will never have. Treasure them." "Understood, Dad," Luo Hai replied. The Luo family was currently one of the biggest families in the Ganwu universe. Countries, naturally it had to have some backing back when Earth was eyed by many knights, and Luo Feng made the deal with the Virtual Universe Company. He placed about 10 million mixed elements worth of Luo Ko holy water within the family to nurture plant life forms. 10 million mixed elements worth of Luo Ko holy water, it was enough to nurture 100 Sector Lord level 9 plant life forms. And he had plenty of it. This was but a small portion. Of course, the family was still weak now. Without an undying within, Luo Feng didn't dare leave too many treasures within the family. However, with the main location on Earth, it was extremely safe. Luo Feng suddenly revealed a look of glee. "What's up, Dad?" Luo Hai asked loudly. Dad Luo Ping looked curiously at him too. "Good thing," Luo Feng smiled. "Wulong Starfield, within a rubbish mountain. How many years has it been?" 21 years. I've collected a total of 1,985 black fragments before finally completing 113 silver fragments. Luo Feng stood within the mountain. He forced the soldier armor pearl out from his body, then the large amounts of silver fragments entered and a special change began to occur. Fusion. Luo Feng had experienced this before. He knew what it meant. The silver armor was complete. Large amounts of silver liquid gathered within his body until it reached its limit. Rumble. A change happened instantly. Luo Feng felt his entire body shudder, after which, a mysterious word appeared on his chest. This was a dark silver word imprint. It was the Flame God race word. General. Luo Feng looked down at the silver world on his chest and muttered softly, "General." Looking at the Flame God race words, many thoughts appeared in Luo Feng's mind. The black armor before had the word soldier, this time it was general. As the imprint disappeared under his skin with his thought, it vanished. "Let's feel its strength," Luo Feng thought. Rumble. Countless silver threads swiftly expanded from the core imprint, almost like it entered every muscle and every bit of skin throughout his body, also on The surface of his skin, a silver armor appeared, boots appearing below the soles of his feet, a silver mask and helmet appeared over his head. Qi Luo Feng took a deep breath, he could feel pain in every muscle throughout his body, almost like it was being torn apart. This armor far exceeded the strength of the soldier armor. With a push, he could already feel the limit of his body being reached. It made it extremely painful. I can only trigger about 1,200 times Sector Lord strength. Luo Feng made his judgment. When one reached his level of strength, it was easy to make such accurate and precise measurements. When I use the soldier armor, I can easily trigger all of the armors. Power 1,000 times Sector Lord Pinnacle. Luo Feng pondered, and according to the golden horned beast using the armor back then, normal human Sector Lord Pinnacle can use this soldier armor, and I'm 3 times stronger than a normal human Sector Lord Pinnacle, yet I can only use 200 times Sector Lord strength. He began to understand. The further back it got, the harsher the requirements on the body. Looks like my body is still too weak. The soldier armor fits me better. This general armor, it's too harsh on my body now. Luo Feng thought. His guess wasn't wrong. The soldier armor was the most basic armor. It was meant for Sector Lord Pinnacles to use, and this general armor was for undyings. Naturally, the requirements were much harsher. General Pearl. With a thought, he forced the general armor out into a pearl. This was a round silver ball, smaller than the soldier one by a little. On it, the imprint general could be seen. I'll let the golden horned beast try it. The beast's body structure is much stronger than my earth body, he thought. So he sent the general pearl into his dark red world ring, the Masha body, and the main core was hidden in this. This dark red world ring was the one he specially ordered while in Primal Chaos City. For the sake of safety, he spent 180,000 points. Within his internal world, a vast grassland. How the mountain-like golden horned beast howled, its voice filled with excitement. It forced out a black soldier pearl, and it immediately fell on the grass beside. After which it raised its majestic head and looked at the little general pearl. It extended its right claw and touched it. Immediately Chi the silver pearl entered its body. In an instant, the flame god race word general appeared on its chest and vanished after. General armor. Trigger. The beast's eyes gleamed with a gold light as it howled. Rumble. The imprint within its chest instantly triggered, and countless silver threads spread out and covered every part of its muscles, skin, scales. Immediately a powerful force spread throughout its body. The shocking amount of strength kept rising and rising. 1,000 times Sector Lord strength, 2,000 times, 3,000 times, 4,000, 5,000. The severe pain spread too, almost like it was tearing apart its muscles. Howl. The beast let out an enraged howl. Even with its body strength, it couldn't fully trigger the strength of the general armor. One had to know that a normal golden horned beast had 30 times a Sector Lord's strength. Hell. It howled and immediately unleashed deities of the world. Immediately all its scales, muscles, internal organs, and horns began to shrink, its density rising rapidly. As it shrank, the beast continued to trigger the general armor. Its muscles, bones, scales, and horn density kept rising. It was indeed able to withstand the strength of the armor. 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, 9,000, 10,000. Rumble. The beast no longer felt the fatigue from the armor. It had been pushed to its limit, and at this time, the beast had shrunk to about 300 kilometers long. One had to know that a sector lord pinnacle golden horned beast was usually about 1,000 kilometers long. Deities of the world had reached amplification of 3 times. The beast was about 30 times a normal human sector lord, before a total of 100 times. Luo Feng nodded. This is about the lowest level of a normal undying, looks like. This general armor is for undyings after all. Shrink. Shrink more. The beast howled, and its huge body shrank even more. Its muscles, bones, scale, density all continued to rise. Finally it stopped, and it reached the limit of deities of the world. Using 12 billion points, deities of the world's amplification had risen from 5 times back then to 7.5. Easy, trigger the armor, Chi 10,000 times sector lord strength. This is about an official level pinnacle, almost an emperor level. The beast was now about a little over 100 kilometers long, still bigger than any mountain on earth. Beside it a black-clothed Luo Feng appeared. He muttered, combined with sky tearing claw and the Sherwu wings teacher gave me, hee. Luo Feng nodded satisfied. Even though it was still far from his end goal, against a being like his teacher Tru Yan, he could still be instantly destroyed. However, at least the beast now had reached his short-term goal. Not bad. Luo Feng nodded satisfied. The golden horned beast was considered his hidden trump card, after receiving guidance from his teacher, the primal Chaos City leader. Luo Feng didn't dare feel proud. His possession of the beast was but an above-average encounter, and he had only received 3 billion points. Could he had over 100 billion back then? Hence, it was better to be humble. At least the current him didn't have the ability to kill an official level undying with an undying body. After collecting 1 general armor, Luo Feng didn't want to end it yet. His Earth body may not be able to use the armor yet, but what about the future? He didn't want to waste more time coming back here again to search for the fragments. Years passed. His Earth body stayed and explored Wulong Starfield, constantly searching for silver armor fragments. The golden horned beast and the Masha clansmen continued their training. In the blink of an eye, he had stayed there for close to 60 years, another 3 months, and it would be 6 decades. Haha. Finally, I've finally completed the second general armor. A silver armor appeared on the surface of his skin. He was all smiles. It gets harder and harder to find more silver fragments. The efficiency of the search dropped the more he searched. It took 21 years for him to complete the first armor, and another 39 to complete the second. I've completed 2 general armors. The soldier armor I've collected a total of 58. Luo Feng laughed. That mysterious shard, I've got a total of 9 of them. Now, it's a pity I still don't know what it's for now, even though I can feel it's calling. I cannot absorb it. Dripping blood on it is useless too, and the spirit imprint cannot invade it. Luo Feng shook his head. 9 shards, he didn't know what they were, at least how to make them recognize him. With the 2 general armors, 58 soldier armors, plus the February 1st soldier armors he got during the first time he was here, he had a total of 60 soldier armors. 60 years, I finally got 2 general armors. My other trump card, the Bug Army, now has a king army. Luo Feng smiled. Within his internal world, Bug Island. Howl, the completely dark red tiger armored bug about 26 m tall, was intrepid and thick, its compound eyes terrifying. In terms of height it was about 4 m. Shorter than a normal tiger armored bug, its size smaller however whether it was the shell strength, its power or speed, world energy gathering, etc. it far exceeded a normal tiger armored bug. King. Every tiger armored king had a high cost of production, using universe crystals. It required 2,500 mixed elements, enough to make a poor normal undying go bankrupt. Of course this was too extravagant. If I simply ordered them to be delivered, I'd only be able to produce 1,000,000 kings. However, since I personally came to choose the goods and made the deal with the 5 managers, I got twice the number. Luo Feng was happy. 60 years. Alina had produced a total of 1,500,000 tiger armored kings along with 200,000 hunting mantis kings and 200,000 shadow spear kings. The remaining corpses were used to create normal tiger armored bugs. Her production days continued. Bug King Army. Luo Feng was very excited. The strong all enjoyed the feeling of leading an army. The Million King Army was indeed very powerful. It was at least 10 times stronger than a normal million-strong army. One combined attack, if it hit, would even kill an emperor-level undying. Of course the chances of it actually hitting was very very low. However, with the Bug Queen commanding them, they naturally had other methods. I've completed the 2 missions. I've come to Wulong Starfield for the General Armor and the Bug King Army. Now that everything is settled, it's time I left Wulong Starfield and headed to the Outer Region Wars. As Luo Feng left, he was naturally sent off with a luxurious banquet thrown by Longju, Qili, Inge, Dinyan, and Songyu Emperor. The shortest path from here to the Outer Region Wars is to first head to Tsang. Birdstar. Longju Emperor said, that is a logistics base and troop transport point. A large number of the soldiers and many lone wolves wanting to participate in the wars can all head there and be sent out. Luo Feng nodded. Since he was at Wulong Starfield, the natural path was to head to Tsang Bird Star and be sent out from there. Thank you all for your hospitality. I'll be taking my leave. Luo Feng laughed and got up. Be extremely careful, Longju Emperor said. The Outer Region Wars are very dangerous. Be on alert at all times. Ingo Emperor emphasized. Don't get careless. The 5 emperors all reminded him strongly. Haha, I will definitely return alive from the Outer Region Wars. Luo Feng laughed, after which he turned and left, taking his ship and heading towards the troop deportation point, Songbird Star. Songbird Star, one of the 8 great logistics bases of humanity, it was also the transportation point for the Universe Army. Large amounts of the army would be sent to the Outer Region Wars from here. It was a very important location. We've arrived. That's Songbird Star. Luo Feng gazed at the huge planet from his blood-colored triangular ship. Songbird Star had a diameter of 1028 million km. It was a man-made planet. It was a fortress. Luo Feng, we've received a signal from Songbird Star. Babata shouted from the control room. It's already been answered. Just follow their instructions. Luo Feng nodded. So, the Yun-Mo planet ship swiftly entered Songbird Star. Within its landing points. Wow, an F-grade ship, completely covered in hybrid copper essence. This ship should at least be a few million mixed elements, a silver-armored man said. Shocked at this time, Luo Feng flew out from the ship and kept it within his world ring. How are you? I'm a worker here. The armored man smiled. He was shocked. Within, looking at his forehead, it's a law-recognized sector lord. A sector lord could actually afford a ship like this. He must have a huge background. Luo Feng glanced at him. This man's head was like a jellyfish, somewhat translucent. I requested to enter the outer region wars. Where do I head to? Luo Feng asked. The universe armies are all gathered here. The lone wolves all follow this pathway to another gathering spot. The man pointed to a distant, transparent, glass-made pathway. This pathway is over 3,000 kilometers long. The end of it is where the gathering spot is. Thanks, Luo Feng nodded. He followed the pathway, every step passing over a few tens of km. After a while, he reached the end. It was a beautiful scenic plaza, with over 10,000 people gathered there, as it was huge with a diameter over 100 kilometers. The 10,000 people barely filled it. How do you do? Please head this way to rest. An enchanting lady worker with a furry tail walked over and said, "When will we head out to the wars?" Luo Feng asked. "We have to hit a certain number of people, otherwise the cost of travel alone would be too high." The lady smiled. "Sector Lord, your timing is already good. Many like you have already been waiting here for 12 days. The lone wolves gathering are after all not like the armies. The armies that come here are all extremely vast. The lone wolves take time to fill up to hit a number." Luo Feng nodded. He walked to the side. There were many alloy benches, where many soldiers wanting to participate in the wars were scattered throughout. Luo Feng sat casually. "Hey, how do you do?" Another has come. Two similar-looking sector lords with fur on their faces, like wolfmen, walked over. Luo Feng looked up curiously at the two of them. These two were both sector Lord Pinnacle, and from their forehead they were both recognized by their laws. One had to know that even though there were over 10,000 people there, most of them were domain lords, and very few of them were sector lords and universe level. There were even less universe levels than domain lords, mainly because they were very weak. Few universe level lone wolves would come take part in the wars. Just the far distance of flying alone would be a huge deterrence. Luo Feng nodded. "I'm alone. One person coming to Songbird Star alone. It must have been hard. We brothers took a ship over. It took a total of 12 years to get here." The bigger wolfman sector lord smiled, after which he and his brother sat on an opposite bench. With a flip of his hand, a bottle of wine and 3 glasses appeared. "World Energy Control." He poured the wine and it floated before the three of them. "Thanks." Luo Feng lifted his glass. "I'm okay though. My travel time isn't as long as 12 years. Ah," the wolfman laughed loudly. "I'm called Klaus, and this is my younger brother Batty." The skinnier wolfman seemed humble. He nodded at Luo Feng and said hi. "I'm called Luo Feng," muttered. "Madman. Madman." The two wolfman sector lords knew straight away that was a nickname, and such a nickname was too common. Many within the army didn't reveal their true names. They preferred nicknames, and 1 out of 100 were probably called Madman. They both felt like Luo Feng didn't want to reveal his true name. Naturally, they didn't ask. "Ah, look, another sector lord has come." The stronger-looking wolfman looked into the distance. Luo Feng glanced over. It was another sector lord. "There are already 96 sector lords here," the skinnier body said softly. "We are close to leaving. They always have to gather 100 sector lords before sending out the troops. This is truly, after traveling in space for 12 years, I have to come here and Wait even more, not killing after so many years, my blade is starving, the older brother said unhappily. Luo Feng answered sparsely to both of them, not revealing anything about himself. Luo Feng was very clear that as a disciple of the primal chaos city leader, there were many warriors out there that wanted to kill him. Caution was extremely important. It was best not to reveal his identity. The strong were numerous as the wind in the outer region wars. If he revealed his identity early on, the dangers would probably multiply by 100 times. Luo Feng waited for a day, and the number of sector lords that arrived had finally reached 100. Universe level, gather here. Domain lords, gather here. Sector lords, all come here. The entrance of the pathway opened and over 10,000 lone wolves swiftly split apart. Luo Feng got up and gathered with the other sector lords. As they gathered, another one came, making the total number of sector lords 101. It made them all discuss about the luck of the last female sector lord not having to wait at all. All sector lord soldiers, you will be heading to the most glorious and most brutal outer region wars, an undying emanating powerful killing aura. His entire body looked like it was made of metal that stood before them. However, you must all understand, the army has its rules. You won't be as relaxed as before. Luo Feng and the other 100 sector lords listened. Before we leave, I need all of you to go through the traditional authority award ceremony. The Undying emphasized. Authority award ceremony. What does it mean? What's that? The group of sector lords all discussed amongst themselves. It was obvious that most of these lone wolves didn't know much about the details of taking part in the outer region wars. The Undying seemed to know this. He continued, this ceremony is to confirm your position in the army, the level of command, and so on. Hence, we need to award you your authority within the army, and how we do it is to test your strengths. Are they going to make us fight? Test. Some sector lords shouted out. Wrong, the Undying shook his head. Every one of you have probably trained countless times within the virtual universe network, and the network will judge you based on your performance within this. Judgment is very important too. Your position within the army. The judgment is split into three. One is a normal sector lord soldier, the second is an elite sector lord soldier, and the third is a sector lord general. Most sector lords are normal sector lord soldiers. With law recognition, they can barely be considered elite soldiers. Out of 100 elites, there may be an occasional sector lord general. The Undying said, I believe every one of you have displayed your true strength in the virtual universe before. If anyone has never done so, and you are worried your position may not be fair, you can now enter the virtual universe network and do so. In a while, the ceremony will begin. The Undying went silent for 10 seconds before speaking again. Shouldn't be a problem now, right? All of you come one by one to receive your position. The 101 sector lords walked up to him and his armband shot out a blue light that covered the sector lords that approached him. Elite sector lord soldier. Normal sector lord soldier. Elite sector lord soldier. Elite sector lord soldier. His armband automatically shouted out the positions. Also, every sector lord that received his post would get a mail from the virtual universe system. The higher one's authority was his position in the army too would naturally be different. Luo Feng looked at this and was shocked. There are so many elites. According to theory, normal sector lord soldiers should make up most of the army. Ah. Seems right, those lone wolves that dare go to the wars alone all have confidence in themselves. Most of them have acquired law recognition. The sector lords all lined up to receive their posts. It quickly reached Luo Fang's turn. The blue light engulfed him and shouted out, "Sector Lord General." Hua. This scene immediately made a large number of the sector lords, including the distant domain lords and universe levels, collecting their posts, all turned over shocked. Amongst the 101 sector lords, there was actually one general. Not bad. The Undying glanced over shocked at Luo Feng, nodding his head. Luo Feng walked to the side calmly. The other sector lords continued to receive their posts. Elite sector Lord Soldier. Normal sector Lord Soldier. Sector Lord General. Once again, the group all turned over. Within this group of 101 sector lords, there were actually 2 sector lord generals. Luo Feng looked over to. This was a 3m tall, well-built youth. His eyes gleamed like 2 blades clashing. They made it so that no one dared look down on him. He looks quite strong. I wonder where he's from. Luo Feng glanced at him and didn't think much about it. The ceremony ended quickly. There were a total of 2 sector lord generals, 62 elites and 37 normal soldiers within the 101. The sector lord and universe level ceremonies ended quickly. Even with 10 of them receiving their posts simultaneously, the domain lord level ceremony took quite a while. The ceremony has all ended. The Undying's voice suddenly boomed, resounding throughout the over 10,000 soldiers' ears. Follow me, we will send you all in a group to the outer region wars. This race wars involve a large amount of soldiers. There are a total of 11 battlefields, and all of them are outside our territories, hence they are called the outer region wars. You'll all be heading to the 7th battlefield. 7th. All outside humanity's territories. My teacher is in the 2nd battlefield. Looks like there's no hope of meeting him. Discussions popped up all over. Luo Feng thought to himself, 7th battlefield average death rate is 96.8. It's ranked 3rd amongst the 11 battlefields. Seems like a good place to train. Depart, the Undying ordered. Immediately, the over 10,000 soldiers moved forward. Luo Feng and the other sector lords were naturally right at the front. After a while, they arrived at a huge hall. The palace had a diameter of over 1,000 li. This huge hall had 11 huge space water screen pathways. This is the pathway that heads to the 7th battlefield. The Undying walked towards it. The 7th battlefield is a huge universe region with a diameter of about 1 million light years, of course with trillions of years of war within. The region itself isn't dangerous at all. The main threat is the other races and the enemies. The 7th battlefield has a total of 100 soldier bases. You'll be transported to the 26th base. The pathway was 1 kilometer wide. It was also 1 kilometer tall. Hua. The sector lords all entered and Luo Feng stepped in too. Over 10,000 soldiers all entered. With the God Country as the hub, Luo Feng and the others quickly reached the God Country stop and once again entered the pathway, being transferred to the 7th battlefield's 26th base. Luo Feng stood at the God Country stop and stepped through. He felt the time and space before him warp as he instantly reached another spot. Haha, the new soldiers are here. There are new soldiers. Quickly, hurry, stop wasting time, there are things to do. Orders were shouted immediately. Luo Feng saw 10 white armored soldiers. They weren't all completely in armor, there was one white-haired undying in a white robe. He smiled at them, his eyes gleaming with thunder within. New soldiers, welcome to the 26th base of the 7th battlefield. Sector lords follow him. Domain lord will go with this. Punk, universe levels will all follow that little lady. The white-robed undying swiftly introduced the 3 guides. Universe level, domain lord, and sector lords all followed different pathways. Sector lords, ahead lies the sector lord camp, the guide said. After a while, they reached an elegant hall. Within 10 million seats were located. With just one glance, Luo Feng could see that there were already a few hundreds of thousands of sector lords sitting within. How are there so many sector lord soldiers? Luo Feng was shocked. Each universe country only has a few million sector lords, and humanity only has 1008 universe countries, and there are a total of 11 battlefields, everyone with 100 bases on average. How many sector lords can there be in one base? It can't be such that all of humanity's sector lords are fighting in the wars, right? And in theory, there should be many out fighting, only very few staying in the base. How can there be so many here? The other 100 sector lord new soldiers were shocked too. Alas! The guide shouted loudly, the new soldiers are here. There are 2 generals in this new group. Haha, the guide finished and simply left. Sector lord generals. Generals, the other soldiers that were originally drinking and chatting all ran over 10,000 of them. When the soldiers got close to each other, their quantum computers would immediately inform each other of their positions, hence, the over 10,000. Soldiers all turned their attention to Luo Feng and the other tall youth. Join our elite team. We have an undying leading our team. The army contribution points are much more, and the chances of survival are much higher as well. Our little team is stronger. You too. The old soldiers madly invited Luo Feng and the other. They couldn't even be bothered with the other 99 new soldiers. After a while, Luo Feng and the other youth sat at the dining table. Beside them sat a blood-armored undying with a scaled snake tail. This undying was called Taiwa. His was a ground undying, and as he was the first undying to actually go invite them, Luo Feng and the other sector lord general chatted with him, despite the over 10,000 sector lords clamoring to invite them as to whether they would join. No one agreed yet. Captain Taiwa, why are there so many sector lords here? Luo Feng asked. There are a total of 11 battlefields, and every one of them has 100 bases. How can there be so many resting here? I'm curious too, the youth beside him asked. Haha. Taiwa poured some wine for himself. We'll drink and chat, madman. Rock, it's not just you two. There are many new soldiers that are curious too as to why there are so many here. If you actually interact with many of them, you'd find out the reason easily. Luo Feng and Rock looked at him. The 1008 universe countries of humanity are actually just one part of humanity. The captain smiled. From what I know, there are many continents within secret regions that have countless humans living within, and those large continents have diameters of over 100 billion kilometers, etc. The population on these continents can match that of a universe country. Luo Feng was shocked. Continent. Right. The Gold Horn race lived in Lao's world, that itself was a supercontinent. The Blood River world was one too. The number of warriors on these 2 continents definitely exceeded that of a universe country. Humanity's territories lead into many of these secret region continents, and These are filled with universe energies, the humans living there all mostly become star travelers at maturity. The number of strong warriors are plenty. Taiwa smiled. That's just one part of it, there are large amounts of people living within Undying's God countries too. People within God countries, secret regions, universe countries, these form humanity. Taiwa smiled. Many of our life and death brothers grow up within God countries, and some in the supercontinents. However, they're materialistic. Wealth cannot compare to ours, just like the virtual universe network, they can only access it when they reach universe level. Luo Feng was shocked when he heard. He immediately sent a thread of consciousness into the network to check. With his authority, he immediately found lots of information. Humans, according to their living environments, could indeed be separated into God country, secret regions, and universe humans. The number of universe humans weren't that many. One had to know that the secret region had continents akin to a universe country, and it was easy to build over 10,000 large continents within these secret regions, and the God countries of Undyings were incredibly vast. Many humans could live within. So, large amounts of humans can live in the secret regions. Then why do we still have to fight for territory when Luo Feng had gone to Lao's world? Before, he was curious about this. Only after becoming the disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader did he have the authority to search for answers. The war was for territory. Why fight? According to the information he found, it was just like a plant life form requiring sufficient sunlight. The moment the population was too dense, all the plants wouldn't grow well. Same logic. The formation of life was very special, whether it was flesh and blood or automaton or plants, etc. As long as there is life, during its growth it would absorb the universe's essence. The production and growth relied on the absorption of this special energy. For example, with a 1,000 light-year area, with only one life planet and 10 billion people on that planet, almost all of the universe energy within that 1,000 light-year area will be given to that planet and the secret regions. If the population comparable to a universe country were all squeezed within a huge continent, its population density was much higher, hence the essence they received was naturally much lower. The God country humans. The God countries exist in slits of space, not the actual space itself. The universe essence absorbed was even lesser than that of the secret region. Humans. The information said. God country humans, their numbers are the most plentiful. They can only train till sector lord level over countless years. The number of Undyings produced only reaches 9,082. They all had miraculous encounters. Without these encounters, they are set never to reach Undying. Universe secret region humans rank number 2 in population. They can reach Undying like the universe humans, however the chances of them reaching night is extremely low. Universe humans, least in population, they own the most territory. There have been many Undyings in history, and the number of nights in humanity, 98.2 of them are from the universe humans. Territory was like a fertile land. The larger it was, the stronger the race could grow. The chances of producing absolute warriors would be higher too. Within the hall, among the sector lord soldiers, most of them are from the God countries. Luo Feng asked. Right, Taiwa nodded. Luo Feng was shocked. The God country humans probably didn't know of the secret that their chances of becoming Undying were extremely low. Even producing one was extremely rare. The sector lords themselves probably didn't even feel this problem. The number of soldiers from the god countries are the most, hence, many. Sector Lord warriors are from the god countries. Taiwa laughed. Through many life or death situations and threats, their strength will grow, and gaining enough contribution points, they can exchange for treasures, to strengthen themselves. Even though they are only Sector Lord, they can match up against normal undyings. The three chatted and drank. At this time, a Sector Lord walked over. Luo Feng glanced at him. He was a 1m tall punk with a cute round face. There was a green engraving on his cheek. He stood at 1m tall like a child. The armor he wore, however, was not ordinary. "Hi, Captain, have you pulled them in?" The short Sector Lord pulled a chair over and sat noisily beside them. "It's not that easy. 30 of the new Sector Lord soldiers are only elites, 03 of them are generals. To actually have a general amongst the new recruits is already extremely rare, and these people aren't easily convinced." Taiwa smiled, after which he turned to Luo Feng and Rock. "Let me introduce you. This is... I can do it myself." The short Sector Lord picked up a glass and poured himself a full glass. Smiling at the two of them, he said, "I am a member of Captain Taiwa's team. The Sector Lord Team 026-208-9491. You can call me Poison. I am a chemist, of course. I'm also a Sector Lord General." Poison chemist Sector Lord General Luo Feng was shocked. The strong were mainly made of fighters, spirit readers, and illusionists. The three great paths, puppeteers, chemists, and beast tamers, etc., were extremely rare. Especially chemists. It was extremely hard to make any progress with it. Back then, during universe level, there was a universe level genius in the absolute beginning region, Yu Feng. He was a chemist. The chemists could win over people much stronger than themselves. They were the most dangerous, to be underestimated. Even a god had to be careful against one, as their battle strength was determined by their potions. There are a total of 8 in our team, including me. I am an undying. The other 7 are Sector Lord Generals, of which 2 are fighters, 2 are spirit readers, 2 are illusionists, and 1 is a chemist, Taiwa said proudly. Poison is very important in our team. My 2 new friends. Come, let's toast. The dwarf Poison smiled and lifted his wine glass. Luo Feng and Rock lifted their glasses. Even though my 7 members are all generals, they are all those that have gone through countless life or death battles and gotten stronger over time, until they were finally awarded the general position. Only Poison, he was a general when he first came. Taiwa looked at both of them. I wonder if you 2 are willing to join my team. We are still short of 2 members. For a small Sector Lord team like ourselves, we are definitely one of the most exceptional. You won't be disappointed if you join us. Taiwa is a good captain. The dwarf Poison drank his wine and occasionally said a couple of things. The tall and calm youth nodded. I, Rock, am willing to join your team. Haha, good. The undying Taiwa was very happy. He turned to Luo Feng. Will Madman join us too? There were many thoughts within Luo Feng's mind. The army had its rules. Everyone who took part in the wars had to fulfill their own requests. Luo Feng naturally had to do so too, before accumulating sufficient contribution points. One had to join a group and take orders. Since that was so, joining a more elite Sector Lord team seemed like a good idea. Okay, Luo Feng nodded. Haha, the undying was very happy. He turned to look in the distant corner, using his god energy to communicate. Come here, all of you. Very quickly, 6 silhouettes came from distance. They were of all sizes, some built, some small, some enchanting while others cold and filled with killing aura, and another smiling happily as he looked at the two. One was over 6 m tall, seemingly made of red rocks, with 2 bent horns on his forehead. There was a rhombus crystal engraved there. He was from the mother flame race. Another was enchanting, a lady of the demon lady race, covered in fog. The 6 of them came over, all dragging a chair and sitting about. The 10 of them gathered. "Let me introduce you," the undying Taiwo pointed about. "This is the new Soldier Sector Lord General. You can call him Madman." Madman HM, that's an arrogant nickname. A skeleton-like man sat at the side, carrying a silky white furred cat. This cat had purple eyes and seemed to enjoy its owner's stroking. "We don't pick a fight." The chemist Poison, who had already drank a lot, frowned as he ordered. "Wei, little Chen Chen is right," the demon lady sector lord smiled. "Don't call me little Chen Chen," the dwarf Poison raged. "You can call me by my real name, Zhu Chen, not little Chen Chen. I like the name Poison too." "Little Chen Chen is angry." The lady covered her mouth and laughed. Poison looked helplessly at her, continuing to drink his wine. The Captain Tai Wai laughed at the scene and pointed at the tall youth. "This is another sector Lord General. You can call him Rock." "Madman and Rock," Taiwa said. "You already know Poison. Let me introduce the others to you. Demon Lady is an exceptional illusionist. Very few sector Lord warriors can escape her illusions. You should both know that the Demon Lady race all have exceptional enchanting abilities." At this time, the lady engulfed in fog smiled. Even though it made her face unclear, it made her seem even more mysterious. Tornado, a powerful fighter. The expressionless masked fighter with pointy ears glanced at them without saying anything. Mad Wu, spirit reader. The smiling purple-haired man nodded at them. God is this white-armored punk. Despite knowing the dangers, he still wears the most glaring white armor. He calls himself God. Haha, he's another spirit reader. The white-armored man, with white scales on his head, smiled brightly like the sun. He gave off a feeling of warmth. It made Luo Feng deduce that this was definitely a sector lord trained in the light laws, and his comprehension level must be pretty high. "Wei, is this bony fellow with the cat which had explored the universe for so many years was taken in by him." However, Wei cannot be underestimated. He is an illusionist too. His soul attack is very strong. Wei, who hugged the cat, only snorted as he glanced at the 2 of them. "The last one, you can call him Hammer. He's a very steady and solid person from the Mother Flame race, and also a powerful fighter." The 6 m tall Mother Flame race sector lord Wei smiled at the 2 of them. Poison, Demon Lady, Tornado, Mad Wu, God, Wei, and Hammer, these were the 7 members of the team. They were all sector lord generals, definitely warriors that had survived countless battles. "I'm a spirit reader," Luo Feng said. "I'm a fighter," Rock said. From then on, the little team had 2 new members. After Luo Feng sent the request, he joined Team 026-208-941. The next few days, Luo Feng and Rock would listen to stories and advice from the older soldiers. Even though both of them had background, they listened intently. "What, Allied forces?" Rock was shocked. "Right, Allied forces. The main participants in this war are of course the 4 pinnacle races. However, all of them have other allied races. If we enter a Battlefield, we will meet other allied forces, even though they are from other races, they are still our partners. Relax, the virtual universe system will tell you if they are our allies, if they don't just kill them. A rock was stunned. Luo Feng sat quietly. Allied forces as a pinnacle race, humanity, naturally, had many subservient races, like the Gold Horn race. These races would naturally go to war too. Luo Feng knew about this long ago. The battlefield is cruel with high death rates, exceeding over 95. Rock was shocked again. Only with a high death rate will absolute warriors be trained out of 20 new recruits. Only one usually survives, however it may take up to 20 normal sector Lord soldiers to get rid of one elite or even a general. Such high death rates and terrifying battles, plus countless treasures and ability to exchange for manuals etc. It's made the outer region wars the place where most absolute warriors are forged. And is a 95 death rate high? It's not high, from what I know. Every 1,000 eras, there are huge-scale battles where countless warriors face off against each other. Even Emperor-level Undyings have to be extremely careful. That death rate is what I consider high. I heard it exceeds 99, however we cannot engage in such battles frequently. Even a pinnacle race would suffer huge losses. Every 1,000 eras it's still within our limit. Huge scale battle, decisive battle, when will the next be? It's still early. A rock listened obediently. Luo Feng, who sat in the corner, frowned. He exclaimed, within the normal war that goes on already has a death rate over 95. This is used to forge absolute warriors. It may seem like huge losses. In truth, it's similar to creating a Bug Clan King, losing large amounts of normal sector lords to create one powerful one. Their chances of breaking through to Undying are much higher. Long periods of brutal war, that was training. And every 1,000 eras, a huge decisive battle, that was called the race meet grinder. After staying in the base for 8 days, Rock learned of many new things that totally shocked him. Luo Feng, however, remained very calm. He had naturally learned most of this online before. However, regarding the main experiences on the battlefield itself, he too had to listen to them. On the battlefield, there were countless other race warriors, with all sorts of strategies and methods. Undyings were hidden throughout, even Emperor level Undyings could easily fall. How could he be careless? They stayed until the 9th day. This little sector Lord team with its new members finally departed and headed to the battlefield. So many people. So many ships. Luo Feng and the others were shocked at this scene. This was a huge hull with a diameter exceeding 30,000 kilometers, and was able to hold billions of soldiers. There's at least a few million people here, right? Definitely. There are a few thousand ships lining up ahead. The many ships lined up in order to stop within the hull. Some of these ships were over 1,000 m in diameter, and some with a few hundred meters in diameter. The soldiers differed too. Some could hold up to 1 million soldiers, while some only held the few. Don't stand there stupidly, get on the ship, Captain Taiwo ordered, swiftly, releasing a disc-shaped ship with a 100-meter diameter from his world ring. It appeared within the hull. Yes. Coming. Taiwo first entered the ship, followed by the 9 sector Lord Generals, Mad Wu, God, Poison, Rock, and Madman. The material here is E9 alloy. Luo Feng gazed at the ship carefully, examining the engravings on its surface. It's actually the most basic law engravings. Taiwo is after all an Undying. and he's one that has lived very long in the outer region wars. It shouldn't be too hard for him to get a better ship. Luo Feng didn't think more about it, quickly boarding the ship. Hua, the cabin door closed. A blur of ships stopped within the hull, after which they all flew forward through the same pathway. Luo Feng and the others had just entered the ship before Taiwa, who walked ahead of them, shouted to the resting quarters. Not the control room. Luo Feng laughed and asked. It's an AI-controlled ship after all. He can give us orders both from the resting quarters and the control room. Mad Wu smiled beside him. He was a handsome purple-haired youth, who seemed very friendly. He was the one Luo Feng had gotten most close to on the ship, and there was one more reason. The two of them were both spirit readers, and their appearances were closest. After all, there were many types of humans in the universe with all sorts of appearances, but the two of them happened to look alike. After a while, they arrived in the resting quarters. It was about 20 m in length and width and was also 10 m tall, for a total of 400 square meters in space. The 10 sector lords had enough space within. Arriving in our safety nest, I naturally feel more comfortable. Poison jumped and landed in the sofa, rolling about in it. Safety nest rock looked about and asked curiously, the material of this wall within here seems to be F9 metal tungsten. Mother rock. Luo Feng said softly. F9 metal rock looked shocked at Luo Feng. Right, the always smiling white-armored god smiled. The resting quarters is the safest place in the ship. The ship's main material is E9 alloy. However, in the battlefield, it cannot withstand some terrifying attacks, hence the captain ordered a completely tungsten mother rock resting room. This is our safety nest. If we encounter any danger, at the least we will have some time to react. Luo Feng nodded. It was a smart decision, since they were not able to afford an F-grade ship. It was better to simply make one room that strong. I can afford one room, however, if it's the entire ship I cannot. The captain said, ordering external simulation 100. D. Even though Luo Feng was sitting in the sofa, he couldn't see it visibly. The ground vanished below him, and all he could see was the vast hall outside with the other ships around them. As time passed, the ship swiftly flew through the pathway, and very quickly, it was their turn to fly through. Following the pathway, they flew straight for a few 100s of thousands of km. Before turning and flying along an arc, all the ships followed the same path. After a while, rumble, 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 rumble. The straight pathway, which was hundreds of thousands of km long, began to close off its entrance. Simultaneously, the outermost door of the entire base began to open. Although there were over 10,000 pathways there, only a few hundred opened. Activate energy barrier. Depart. The captain ordered. Luo Feng and the others sat in the ship and left through a pathway from the base. Hua. All the sector lords turned to look back at the huge soldier base as they flew through the door. Even the ones that had been through this countless times still looked back, and Luo Feng, with his high perspectives and vision, did the same. It was because it was simply too majestic. That is the soldier base, Luo Feng said, shocked. Through the external simulator, he clearly saw the huge base floating in space. The entire base, from what Luo Feng estimated, was at least a few million km in diameter. This was a base which was even larger than the sun. The base was completely covered in a colorful energy barrier, a barrier that covered a base that huge. It was absurd if one went up close to see the sun. How shocking would that be? What's more, they were looking up close at this malevolent base. Colorful energy barrier, mysterious powerful law engravings, automaton. Cannons with diameters of a few hundred km, blur of pathways, countless energy points. This was a war machine that had been upgraded to the point of perfection. "It's too majestic," Taiwa exclaimed. "Look at that cannon." Normal universe ships use energy laser beams, however. The god base uses the very backdated huge cannon hull. It may seem backdated, but when it truly unleashes its power, that terrifying scene, it would reduce everything in its path to nothing. The white-armored god's eyes gleamed with passion. The new recruit Rock was completely stunned. Even having seen a lot before, Luo Feng was still stunned. God base, what grade of a god base is this? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. AAA grade. Poison's eyes were fixed on it too. He said softly, "The outer region wars is a battle between the races. The entire 7th battlefield only has these 100 bases, and these are the bases of humanity." Naturally they made sure that it was of the highest grade. Even the universe country leaders, that level of warriors, wouldn't be able to destroy this base. Luo Feng nodded. He had checked on the automaton's terrifying weapons before. Some huge weapons were very expensive, like the space fortress. It was still absurdly expensive. And that was just one fortress. The god base was still the pinnacle level of huge weapons. Every one of them were much more expensive than a fortress. And among the god bases, the AAA grade was the highest grade of them all. At least from what he knew, within the automaton nests, there may even be more terrifying things. It was safest within the base. Every base was made at AAA grade. Even with trillions of warriors rushing it, it could still instantly reduce everything to nothing. The base serves as the harbor for the soldiers. Poison lay on his sofa and lifted a wine bottle. "It's the safest there. You don't even have to worry about anything. However, the moment you leave it, danger lurks all around us. After all, this entire region of over 1,000,000 light-years in diameter is a battlefield." Luo Feng kept looking outside with a glance. With his vision, one had to know that he could fly close to light speed and still easily dodge items around him. Even though this ship was reaching sub-light speed, he could still clearly see the scene outside. He saw a few broken bug bodies, ship remains, human remains, etc., all floating in space. Some were simply knocked aside by the ship. "Are some of the remains and corpses valuable?" The new recruit Rock frowned and asked. "No one is an idiot," the Mother Flame Racehammer said with a low voice. "The ship's scanning system has long scanned through everything. Those floating around in space aren't worth anything. If they were, they would have been taken away. Those that haven't may simply be traps. Rock, if you haven't noticed, our ship hasn't been flying in a straight line, but dodging all the remains. The huge ship remains." Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. It was indeed so. Those places may very likely have enemies hiding within. You have to know the entire starfield, excluding the bases, are battlefields, Hammer said. "Seriously, don't think that we all look very relaxed right now. Every one of us is prepared to battle at any moment." "Alright, don't scare the new recruits." Captain Taiwa smiled. "Our destination this time is about 80,000 light-years from the 26th base. It's extremely brutal over there. A squad like ours normally does guerrilla tactics in a while. When we reach an open area that doesn't have rubbish or remains, we will begin universe travel. It's usually safe once we go to the dark universe. we'll be able to rest well and we'll travel for another 3 days. We can rest till then. Once we reach the destination, it'll be a bloodthirsty battle. Luo Feng nodded. The universe's secret regions weren't like the normal space. There were large amounts of rubbish and dust about, hence one had to specially clear a spot of space to be able to accelerate to light speed. There were over 100 million such spots in the 7th battlefield. Rumble. Rumble. The universe ship dodged the dangerous regions as much as it could, reaching the clear spot after a while. However, just from that short distance, Luo Feng had seen the aftermath of many large energy explosions about, and the other sector lord generals were all on high alert because they knew a battle could occur at any time. Entering Dark Universe, everybody can relax now. 10-9-8-7-6-5-4-3-2-1, Universe Travel. After flying in the Dark Universe for 3 days, they went through Universe Travel again. Be on alert, don't get careless. Within the resting room, Taiwo ordered, pointing to a space outside which had no remains obstructing it from this clear spot of space to our destination. We have to fly for 2 months, and within these 2 months we'll be flying in dangerous spots. Battles could erupt at any moment. We know. Captain Poison lifted his wine bottle and smiled among the 7 old soldiers. Even the newest of us have been here for over 8,000 years. Even when we are drunk, we are still on high alert. It's already become part of our subconscious. If you have to say it, you just have to let the new recruits know. Don't drag us down the white bony way, hugging the cat said coldly. It won't be considered dragging. Poison looked at the 2 of them. Older soldiers all started from scratch as well. Rock, madman, you 2 better remember all the experiences we shared with you. Don't look down on these. They were formed from countless life or death battles. Understood. Rock nodded. Luo Feng nodded too. Luo Feng had learnt much from the 7 old soldiers. Firstly, Poison was the highest ranking among them. Even Taiwo was very courteous to him. Normally, Poison would occasionally reprimand the others, and they all wouldn't complain about it. This was a natural authority formed from countless battles. Actually, back when Taiwo had come to ask the 2 of them to join their team, Poison was the first to run over one, could already feel some of the problems. Rock, madman, be on alert. If a battle occurs, Captain Taiwo ordered, we do not need you 2 to fight well with us, just be of some sort of assistance. If you see any of the others in danger, go and help them. In the beginning, we will rely on the 7 old soldiers for strength. The ship flew at sub-light speed, carefully making progress within the space, dodging any space that could hide other enemies. Within a broken universe ship's control room, there were 3 automaton clansmen gathered within. These 3 were completely made of metal. They looked very similar. From a glance, it looked like 3 robots were all sitting in alloy chairs. Haha, with the 3 of us together, we destroyed that Undying's team. He should be an official level Undying, right? One of them smiled and said, Pilati, you did good work back there. You heavily injured the Undying, and it allowed us to kill the other sector lords, and later ganged up to kill the Undying. He was indeed an official. He had lots of wealth. Pilati, we better distribute the goods. After which, the 2 automaton clansmen looked at the 3rd one. This 3rd automaton clansman, called Pilati, wore a dark red armor. He looked beautiful. He looked on calmly at the other 2, with a flip of his hand. 2 space rings appeared and he tossed it to them. Our temporary alliance ends here. You 2 can go, he said coldly. The two automaton clansmen smiled and received their space rings swiftly. Checking them as they checked, their eyes immediately erupted with rage. Palati. Palati. They were both suppressing their rage. Still not leaving, he looked on coldly at them. We worked together, and you got the benefit from killing that official level. Undying already. As for the spoils, you actually dare to take 95 of it. The dark green armored clansman roared, the other silver armored clansman raged. You are going overboard. Palati looked coldly at both of them. The two fought hard to suppress their rage. We don't ask for much, just split 40 between the two of us, you'll get 60. And we'll each get 20, the dark green armored clansman said. Beside him the other one nodded in approval. Get lost. Palati roared fiercely, without me, do you think you can deal with the official level undying? Even though he had just become an official, he already had an undying body. To kill him you all think it was that easy, do you know how much it cost me? You still want to split the spoils with me on account that you are from my race. I gave you part of the spoils. If there wasn't a punishment for killing within our race, I would have killed you too long ago. The other two glanced at each other and gritted their teeth. Humph. We hope you live a little longer. The two automaton clansmen instantly became beams of light and left the broken remains of the control room. Two idiots, Palati snorted coldly, and his eyes flashing with brutality. Even though he seemed like a metal person, he was still a life form. Even though his body was sturdy, it was still flexible. I lost quite a bit this time, however, to actually kill an official level undying. My contribution points were enough compensation, including the spoils itself. It's not bad, however, the army I own has suffered huge losses. It's time to return to the god base to replenish and repair my strength, he pondered. Every automaton clansman could be called an empire themselves. Of course, the strength of an automaton empire was its controlling ability and its wealth level. Both were crucial if one had a huge army, but simply relying on its AI battle abilities wouldn't do. They had to use the automaton clansmen to control the army, allowing the army to use law-infused attacks with precise combinations. That way, it could raise their strength by tens to hundreds of times. The automaton race were living AIs. And living AIs, the moment they knew the laws, combined with their natural absurd calculation and commanding abilities, it was terrifying. Combined with the automaton weapons, their strength was terrifying. It was a pinnacle race, as terrifying as the Bug Clan. The Bug Queen had natural battle instincts. The automaton race was even more technical and knowledgeable, and were very scheming. There's a human ship sitting in the control room. Palati's eyes gleamed. An E9 grade alloy ship, low-level engravings on surface, looks like a normal Sector Lord team ship. However, there's a possibility of it being an elite Sector Lord ship. However, as long as it's within my abilities, I can settle it. After this, I can head back to replenish my strength. Palati smiled. Pitiful humans, you can try in vain to detect my location. In terms of technological abilities, compared to our automaton race, you are just average. Remains could be easily seen everywhere, be it corpses, or ships, or weapons. The vein lines of a seemingly normal floating piece of metal began to give off terrifying energy, storing energy, and gradually, a translucent light ball could be seen. Attack in the distance, Palati ordered. D. Rumble. A blinding pillar of light instantly tore through space, rushing at the disk. Shapeship flying, it instantly hit and part of the ship melted. The powerful pillar of light tore through the thick E9 grade alloy ship's body, causing it to explode into a fireball. Rumble ripples shot out in all directions, spreading over tens of thousands of km, causing large amounts of debris and remains to be knocked far away within the ship. I dare to bet Madman would get more contribution points. I bet on Rock. Look at him, such a calm fellow, haha, this time, he will definitely get more contribution points than Madman. I bet one mixed element on Rock. You really dare to bet? I bet on Madman. I too bet one mixed element. I bet on Rock. Madman. The old sector soldiers were all gathered around setting their bets because each time they came out to battle, it would go on for quite a few years, and sometimes up to thousands of years, hence they naturally gambled on which of the two new recruits would do better. Poison led this gamble. They swiftly made their bets. You two aren't betting. If you do, I'll accept it too, Poison said as he squatted in his sofa. Rock grinned. Luo Feng laughed too. Warning, imminent. An ear-piercing alarm rang throughout the resting quarters, causing the chatting soldiers to instantly change their expressions. Almost simultaneously, every one of them had swiftly retrieved their weapons. Rumble. The moment the alarm rang, the entire ship shook fiercely. The resting quarters was shaking violently too. The outer layer of the ship was completely blown apart, and this completely F9 grade resting quarters was kicked about like a can. Under the powerful impact, it spun madly in space. The entire room kept spinning. All the members in there all felt uncomfortable. Rumble Taiwo instantly released his powerful undying energy and covered the entire room. Everybody out, Taiwo ordered. Rumble, 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 rumble. 4 cabin doors opened simultaneously within. Go, Poison ordered. Armor instantly covered his body, and he revealed only his eyes. Beside him, the Mother Flame Race Hammer carried a large hammer and shield. The two simultaneously flew out of a door, the others flew out of the other doors. So. The old soldiers all swiftly headed out. Luo Feng carried the Nanshin armament and followed. They flew out of the resting room and into the space, where ripples from the explosion before were still reverberating. Luo Feng gazed about and saw the remains of the ship that had just exploded, not seeing any enemy. Be careful everybody, Captain Taiwo communicated, simultaneously keeping the resting room in his world ring. He didn't care much about the ship being destroyed. After all, the most valuable place within was the completely intact F9 metal tungsten Mother Rock resting room. Where's the enemy? Rock's eyes gleamed, and he looked about. New recruit, don't get anxious, just be vigilant, but leave everything else to us. Demon Lady smiled. The other old soldiers all smiled as they looked around carefully. They had experienced too many such incidents. Even in the face of danger, they were completely calm and composed. Since they are not showing themselves, let's go. Taiwo suddenly flew in a direction. So. The other 9 followed him and swiftly tore through space and fled. Rumble, rumble, rumble. 9 spots from the distance shot out a glaring thunderbolt, and all of them were converging around Luo Feng and his group. Even a powerful undying wouldn't be able to reach light speed in an instant in the actual universe. However, thunder and light, etc., the moment it was unleashed, it was light speed. Luo Feng and the others, however, required a certain amount of time to accelerate to close to light speed. As for the ships, it required even more time to do so. Hence, as the 9 points shot out its light beams, it quickly joined together, forming a huge thunder cage. The huge cage completely surrounded Luo Feng and his little group. Chi the instant it formed, countless thunder snakes tore through space and wrapped about the over 100 million km in diameter cage without a doubt. Luo Feng and his group of 10 were attacked by them. Thunder hell. It's thunder hell. The old soldiers seemed shocked. Let's go, this is the work of the automaton race, and a powerful one at that. It's very troublesome, Taiwo ordered. Immediately, he led the way, and the others followed him. Luo Feng and Rock, however, were curious. Why flee? This thunder hell was no threat at all. If the lightning bolts attack us, it can instantly kill a sector lord. However, the cage it formed and its lightning snakes have spread over 100 million km in diameter. It probably wouldn't even be able to kill a sector lord or two. There's no threat, right? The new recruit Rock asked. What's terrifying about the thunder hell? Luo Feng asked as they fled too. Being able to multitask was a very normal thing. Chatting while fleeing was normal. New recruit, you'll see in a while, we are definitely in trouble. This thunder hell, it's not something a normal automaton clansman can set up. Poisons. Expression was serious. Luo Feng nodded. His perspectives were extremely high, easily seeing that this thunder hell was able to spread over 100 million km in diameter. For it to reach so far, the amount of equipment usage would easily range in the millions of mixed elements, and the automaton race was proficient in this, hence their costs may be lower. However, it would still probably exceed hundreds of thousands of mixed elements. This was definitely something not any ordinary automaton sector lord could afford. As for its energy usage, it wasn't too shocking, as the thunder snakes could keep revolving about the cage. If there wasn't anyone in the cage, they could keep doing so, creating an energy loop, making its usage close to zero. Energy loop. It was like the AAA God base. The energy barrier of the huge base was able to withstand even attacks of a knight. The colorful barrier was maintained throughout. As long as it wasn't attacked, it would have no energy usage at all. As Luo Feng and his team fled, suddenly, rumble. A blur of light dots shot out from the 9 spots in the thunder cage. These dots swiftly shot towards the group to surround them, forcing them to slow down as a large number of dots shot at them. Its automaton puppets. Luo Feng easily saw through them. They seemed like light dots from far. However, on careful examination, one could tell they were silver robots that were 12 m tall. They carried a thick alloy blade on their backs, and their surface body had thunder snakes wrapped about. Countless thunder snakes within the hell didn't have any effect on them whatsoever. It's thunder automaton puppets, Taiwo emphasized. We are in trouble. Thunder hell and thunder puppet army, this is a common combination in the automaton race. However, it is still terrifying. Normally only undyings have this level of equipment. The 9 members all listened to his orders. Luo Feng began to feel his own weakness. He was very familiar with battle tactics within humanity itself, however, the other races and their strategies, even though he had researched a lot about it through the virtual universe network, the explanations were too ambiguous. Like the automaton race, the sites had said they were living AIs, and every one of them represented an Automaton Empire, using their own resources, great control, combination, and tactics, they could form a terrifying attack. Everybody listen. Follow me, we'll break through with the greatest speed, we have to get out of the thunder hell, Taiwa ordered. Yes. The 9 listened. The team immediately flew at shocking speed, as the cage was simply too huge. Their little team had to fight hard just to get around the thunder puppet army. Within the broken ship's control room, the automaton Pilati smiled, trying to escape Army 6, Formation CI-9. Engage. These puppets have lower flexibility, they shouldn't be able to catch us, Luo. Feng dodged the thunder puppets and continued to flee. The closest puppet army suddenly absorbed a large amount of the thunder. Snakes over 100,000 thunder puppets seemed to form an electric circuit, as countless snakes were flowing through them, of which 21 of the puppets suddenly produced glaring thunderballs. Rumble, 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 rumble. 21 thunderballs, they all formed a special engraving, almost like a thunder fishing net. So, the fishing net shot out at light speed. As it got close to Luo Feng and his team, the powerful binding slowed down and covered the team. The powerful pressure was trapping the team, it was actually infused with space laws. This made Luo Feng shocked. Taiwa held, unleashing his undying energy and law domain. Countless yellow light dots spread throughout tens of thousands of km. Every one of them were extremely heavy, smashing against the huge thunder cage. His undying energy swiftly attacked. Break open. The mother flame race hammer used a huge hammer to hit the fishing net. Break. The Sector Lord Mad Wu controlled his spirit energy weapon, one of the 9 god weapons for spirit readers, the god-tearing armament. It instantly formed a glaring light wheel and slashed madly at the net. Tear open. The white-robed Sector Lord God had a drizzle of light beams float about him, causing the space to warp and tear open. The 9 members all unleashed their attacks. Luo Feng used his Nanshan armament. 2. The thunder fishing net didn't really attack them, but it trapped them there. And from the distance, one of the 9 puppet armies had already caught up. Rumble Captain Taiwa held, and he finally broke a tens of km wide hole in the net. At the same time, the entire fishing net instantly crumbled. Rumble, the originally unstable net, crumbled. The powerful lightning energy exploded open, instantly tearing through the surrounding space. The powerful ripples hit Luo Feng's little team too. Captain Taiwa, however, blocked them. Captain Rock looked worried at the captain. "I'm fine," he said softly. "All of you, looks like this will be troublesome. The puppet army has already surrounded us. Looks like we won't be able to avoid this fight. Why flee, since we are heading to a place to fight anyway? Might as well start the fight from here." Poison licked his lips, his eyes gleaming. Hammer nodded. The other members' eyes all gleamed with fighting spirit. "Demon Lady, Wei, you two be more careful," Taiwa ordered. "We can protect ourselves. Killing the enemy, however, will be hard against the automaton race. Our illusions have no effect at all," the skinny Wei communicated back. Every illusionist knew how to control spirit weapons too. Only thing was that they were more proficient in illusions, but not so much at using the weapons themselves. The space swiftly recovered, and 3 teams of puppets had already surrounded the little team. Every army had over 100,000 puppets. With a glance, they had the team completely surrounded. In the distance, 6 other teams were rushing over at sub-light Speed, it would take only a few seconds for them to be completely blocked off. I wonder how the team will deal with this. Luo Feng was very calm. The automaton puppet army, as long as he took out his undying star-eating plant. With its regenerative abilities and ability to grow over 1,000,000 km, it could wrap all of them instantly. Within the distant broken ship's control room. The trap is set, time to collect, Pilates said softly in his alloy chair. 1 undying and 9 sector lords. I'll at most lose 27 of the puppets before I am able to win. In space, the 3 teams of thunder puppets surrounding Luo Feng's team instantly began their attacks. Kill. Die. The puppets were all 12 m tall, brandishing the alloy blade from their backs. Orderly, after which they roared and rushed at the team. 10 people against 1,000,000 thunder puppets. The scene of the team being surrounded by 1,000,000 thunder puppets made the inexperienced rock shudder. Kill. The Flame Mother Race Fighter hammer howled and unleashed his world projection, instantly engulfing the surrounding puppets and slowing them down. With his huge shield, he easily defended against their attacks. They were 12 m tall, and this made it hard for too many to attack at a time. Hammer easily defended against them. 1 large shield and 1 large hammer. Rumble. The hammer struck as fast as lightning against the chest of a puppet. The alloy chest of the puppet was knocked in, and it was knocked far away. Behind him, the quick puppets easily dodged it. New recruits, use your heavy attacks. These thunder puppets are all E9 grade. Alloys destroying their bodies will take up too much energy. It's not worth it. Just use heavy attacks to destroy their machinery within. These quantity-based puppets probably wouldn't cost too much. Hit them hard. Even if their body is still intact, they won't be able to move after the Mother Flame race. Hammer ordered Luo Feng, and Rock. Rock brandished 2 blades as he used his world projection. Understood, he replied. He began to madly attack the thunder puppets, every blade with enough vibrations as he slashed through their bodies, even though it only left little scratches on the surface and seemingly undamaged. In truth, the internal machinery of each robot was destroyed from inside. After receiving each attack, they were immobilized. A tornado was rushing through the puppets. The tornado slashed through with a cold flash of the blade. However, only 1/3 of the puppets hit were immobilized. This was Tornado of the 9 sector Lord Generals. He was the fastest amongst the 7 old soldiers. Tornado, you are disadvantaged. The distant demon lady controlled a ball of liquid that floated about. This liquid-like spirit weapon easily blocked off the surrounding thunder puppets. At least I'm killing more than you, Tornado said seriously. The many sector Lord Generals easily destroyed the enemies other than the illusionist demon lady. The others were clearing off the puppets. Even the illusionist Wei controlled a Nanshan armament, and he used its 7th form, the Sky and Land Pillar. It was about 20 centimeters thick and 6 m long. The golden rod hit heavily on each puppet. This Sky and Land Pillar was the model of heavy attacks. The moment they were hit, the puppets all fell. Madman, your achievements in the Nanshan armament is very high too. The 8th level Space Slicer, or the 9th level, a match against Undying, the skinny illusionist Wei asked. Luo Feng's killing rate was extremely high. He too used the 7th form's pillar. However, the gold pillar formed had a huge void about it as it rolled. It easily destroyed tens of puppets at a time. With just one sweep, a whole bunch of them were destroyed. This gold pillar was infused with space laws, and were extremely heavy and powerful. Its enemy-killing efficiency was shocking. Anyone could easily tell that anyone able to unleash the 7th form to such a level could probably unleash a level higher than that, 8th or even the 9th. Hence the illusionist way asked. This thunder puppet army shouldn't be that weak. Luo Feng controlled the Nan Shan armament and easily destroyed the surrounding puppets. He should still have other tactics. The automaton puppets are much weaker than bug soldiers. They are after all simply robots. One heavy attack can shake and damage their internal machinery, making them immobilized. Luo Feng thought the bug soldiers are actually life forms. In terms of production, theirs are much higher. E9 grade automaton puppets are simply huge robots made with E9 alloys. As there were over 1,000 E9 puppets, the cost of production would probably be akin to that of a E9 grade ship with a diameter of a 100 m. As for the Sector Lord Pinnacle bug soldiers, each one of them was priced around an E9 grade ship. Just from the price alone one could see which was better. Collect, I will collect all. The chemist poison stood in space, too dark. Green vines extended from his armor, easily clearing the puppets around him. The many puppets were all immobilized after being hit and were kept in his world ring. Collect them. After immobilizing them, it'll make the enemy feel the pinch. Haha, these puppets are only valuable because of their alloys. One alone won't be worth much, but a 1,000 will be enough for a ship. If we can get 10,000 of them, we'll earn much. Poison was very excited. Right, collect. Demon Lady nodded. Collect and make him feel the pinch and flee. Let that enemy know that he's hit a metal board. The Captain Taiwo was laughing loudly too. While laughing, he used his law domain to carefully scan the surrounding endless thunder puppet army. Even though close to 10,000 puppets had been lost already, compared to the million-strong army that was but just one. In the distant broken ship, Pilati smiled in his alloy chair. They are already gathered. First trap the Undying and kill the 9 sector lords, then use all strength to kill the Undying. Let the massacre begin. In space, the 10 sector lords, surrounded by the million automaton puppets, finally changed their expressions. Captain. Be careful, Captain. The others all clearly saw 3,000 bolts of thunder shooting out from the million-strong army, surrounding the Captain Taiwo. These 3,000 bolts were space-infused attacks. The countless puppets about madly absorbed the thunder and passed it on to the 3,000 core puppets. These 3,000 core puppets surrounded and attacked Taiwo. Ah! Get lost, Taiwo roared. With a flash he appeared before one of them and punched its body. Rumble. The puppet was knocked far away. Its surface E9 grade alloy exploded open, revealing a purple metal within. As the surface E9 exploded open, it finally revealed its true face, a completely purple metal puppet. After being knocked by an Undying, it was undamaged and flew right back, rejoining the other 2999 puppets and continuing its attack. In the distance, Luo Feng's expression changed slightly. It's actually AF8. Metal amethyst essence. Looks like the 3,000 puppets surrounding the captain are all F8 grade puppets. This is troublesome. Such high-level puppets, just shaking them with a heart attack won't do. Amethyst essence. It's amethyst essence. That's not the E9 grade puppets, but the expensive F grade puppets. The 7 old soldiers changed their expressions. They weren't as relaxed as before. 1 million E9 puppets could probably only be worth as much as 100 F8 puppets. but just the 3,000 F8 puppets were enough to distract the undying Taiwa. Countless normal puppets are absorbing the Thunder Hell's energy and are turning into the F8 puppets, making them completely able to pressure the Captain. Luo Feng thought. Be careful, there are other F8 grade puppets, the captain warned them anxiously. It was indeed so. Rumble, 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 rumble. Countless bolts of lightning shot towards 800 core puppets. These 800 instantly surrounded and attacked Luo Feng and the other 8 sector lords. The illusionists, Wei and Demon Lady each had 50 core puppets attacking them. Hammer, Tornado, God and Rock, including Luo Feng, each had 100 surrounding them, and they used combined law attacks. Their power was absurd. This is troublesome. Poison, poison, save me. Demon Lady's expression changed as she shouted. Everybody give it your all. The chemist Poison shouted, take out some of your trump cards, don't save them. We can always exchange for more treasure when it's gone. However, if you die, it's really over. Dark green vines shot out from his body and spread over many directions. Each of them reached hundreds of km long, and wrapped up a large amount of the normal puppets and madly sweeping them aside. Howl. Hammer howled too. The rhombus crystal on his forehead lit up and his body grew quite a bit. Kill. The white-armored god gave off a glaring white light. The book he wielded ripped apart and countless fragments melded with the pike he held, making it more ancient than before. I'll have to use some effort. The most calm amongst the group was Luo Feng, who looked at the Nanshan armament. The 9th form. A match against Undying should be enough to destroy these stupid puppets. Wang. The dark gold long rod on his back instantly separated along with the golden pillar. Countless gold blades swiftly formed together and became the Nanshan armament's most perfect form, the Nanshan gold blade. A 3m long normal looking gold blade was formed. Nanshan gold blade. A match against Undying. 9th form. The scene completely shocked the other generals. Even though the defenses of the F-grade Thunder Puppet were incredibly strong, their attacks were naturally weak. They relied on the countless E-grade puppets supplying energy from the Thunder Hell, and gathering them within the core of the F-grade puppets to make them stronger. Even so, just one F-grade puppet alone was simply akin to one sector lord general in strength. Bastards, these punks sure are hard to deal with. Taiwa raged. 3,000 F-grade Thunder puppets spread themselves about Taiwa and surrounded him heavily. They continued to absorb energy from the countless Thunder puppets that were around at this time. Taiwa was constantly being attacked even though he didn't care about the single attacks, with 3,000 of them. As long as 1/3 of the attacks hit him, it would be a nightmare. Luckily, he dodged well. Rumble. Rumble. He knocked them over and over away, making the number that surrounded him decrease. However, after a while, they would once again return almost undamaged. Despite his fast attacking speed, the number of F-grade puppets surrounding him never went below 2,500. Just like that, Taiwa was held up by the 3,000 Thunder puppets, unable to break free. Everybody be careful, these F-grade puppets are all comparable to Sector Lord generals. After receiving all the energy, Taiwa communicated urgently. Poison, we are relying on you. The enemy doesn't know your strength. Give it your all. Keep Demon Lady and Wei and the others into your world ring. And Madman. Taiwa observed the battle, discovering Luo Feng's strength. You can unleash the 9th form of the Nanshan armament. Help the other members. Understood. Understood. Poison and Luo Feng replied simultaneously. Poison relied on the large amount of dark green vines extending out of his armor that wrapped about large amounts of normal automaton puppets it dug threw them in all directions, causing a big stir within the army of puppets. The 100 F-grade puppets that surrounded him were hence unable to absorb sufficient energy from the others. Actually, from the scene, everybody could tell that the F-grade puppets were simply large chunks of metal. One dead piece of metal without any attacking ability. The only reason their attacks were strong was because of the countless normal robots absorbing energy from the Thunder Hell and sending it over without the Thunder Hell. These F-grade puppets would be no threat at all without the large amount of normal puppets. The F-grade puppets' absorption of energy would be decreased by tens of thousands of times. Be careful, Poison, Luo Feng communicated. The number of F-grade puppets on him rose from 400 to 800 in an instant. The other 400 aimed at Luo Feng and the others. Little punks. Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle and controlled the Nanshan gold blade. Xiao. The Nanshan gold blade was demonic, appearing occasionally and instantly vanishing from sight as it traveled through space, appearing hundreds of meters elsewhere. Rumble. The blade hit one F-grade puppet. This ninth form was powerful enough to harm an undying. One could only imagine its power. Rumble. That F-grade puppet was knocked far away as it spun out of control. Rumble, 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 rumble. It was extremely fast as it traveled and knocked the many F-grade puppets away. One had to know that it had the ability to travel through the slits of space. How terrifying was the speed of teleportation! It far exceeded the speed of Taiwa's movements. As long as an undying hadn't reached the level of teleportation, their speed couldn't match up to this blade. Even Taiwa could easily knock close to 500 of them away in an instant. The 50 puppets surrounding Luo Feng, in the blink of an eye, had been knocked away as the gold blade attacked 50 times. Xiao. Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle and flashed, swiftly heading towards Demon Lady, who was getting fatigued from constantly defending. Demon Lady. Luo Feng flashed over, his gold blade flashing through and knocking away the 50 F-grade puppets. Madman, madman, I love you to death, the fatigued Demon Lady shouted with glee. Quickly keep me into your world ring. So, Demon Lady was kept in Luo Feng's world ring. Bastard. Poison gritted his teeth. He had already brandished a bottle of colorful liquid. However, after he saw Luo Feng unleash his strength, he immediately smiled and kept the bottle. On the battlefield, Luo Feng was fast as lightning as he passed through the puppet army. His gold blade flashed through simultaneously, appearing occasionally and attacking with terrifying speed. Ha ha ha, this new recruit the captain got sure is powerful. Madman, I really respect you. The illusionist Wei, who was getting worn out from defending against the 50 puppets, laughed loudly too. He sent a flying kiss to Luo Feng. He was obviously excited to escape death. So, the illusionist Wei was kept in Luo Feng's world ring. One had to know that he easily got 100 world rings at Wulong Staffield. The world rings, he had plenty of them. Come here quickly, Hammer roared urgently. I can't hold on much longer. Hammer was an incredibly intrepid fighter, and his offense and defense were strong. His only weakness was his flexibility. He was often hit by the F-grade puppets' attacks. If it weren't for his natural strength, he would have died long ago. So, as the 50 puppets were knocked away, Luo Feng kept hammer in his world ring. "Madman, you sure are powerful," the new recruit Rock complimented as well. "Damn, the first time I met him, I knew this madman was a powerful warrior. Haha, look how powerful he is, how decisive he is 50th grade. Puppets, they are merely toys against his Nanshan gold blade this final level. Of the Nanshan armament sure is powerful," the white-armored god laughed. Carefree. "Hee, we are set for the future, haha," the fighter tornado laughed too. They were all kept in Luo Feng's world ring. Only 4 people were left fighting against the puppets: Taiwa, Poison, Luo Feng, and Mad Wu. Mad Wu was a spirit reader. He used the combination of wind and space also. The god-tearing armament, his current usage of the weapon was akin to the Nan Shan armament's 8th level space slicer, and its speed was terrifying. He could easily defend against the 50 puppets himself. "Haha, madman, come help me," Taiwa communicated excitedly. "Coming." Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle and rushed forward, controlling the Nanshan gold blade. When the blade became countless images in almost a blink of an eye, it knocked over 100 of the puppets over 10,000 kilometers away, and this was also only because of the countless normal puppets stopping them, otherwise they would have been knocked millions of km away. Shwa shwa shwa. The Nanshan gold blade was fast as lightning, appearing everywhere. Occasionally, the normal puppets didn't even affect its speed in the slightest. The ability to pass through the slits of space was simply heavenly. It made its speed terrifying. In an instant, over 500 puppets were knocked far away. When the first knocked-away puppet had returned, Luo Feng had already knocked away 2,000 F-grade puppets. Taiwa took the chance to escape their trap. "Haha, madman, beautifully executed," Taiwa exclaimed happily. Rumble. The little team of thunder puppet armies surrounding their group swiftly began to retreat, dispersing in all directions, and the activated thunder hell closed off too. "They are gone. They've retreated." Mad Wu, Poison, Taiwa and Luo Feng looked at the huge army dispersing in 9 directions. "Should we chase?" Luo Feng asked. "We cannot." Taiwa shook his head. An automaton who is able to produce such a huge army definitely has a self-destruct core crystal akin to a normal undying. Even the cheapest fire god core crystal would be extremely expensive. If that was used to attack us, it's simply a small loss to them. However, if we continue to chase them down and force him to give his all-one fire god core crystal's explosion, if we are not careful, might wipe us out. Luo Feng was shocked. The fire god core crystal, he had used it as an excuse against Yan Shu Emperor back then. One low-grade fire god crystal akin to a normal flame undying self-destruct. With his current status, he could purchase it at a discounted rate of 600,000 points. And the automaton race proficient in making them could get them at an even lower price. An automaton capable of setting up the thunder hell would most likely have a fire god core crystal or such an item for self-protection. My guess was right. This thunder puppet army should have suffered a huge loss before attacking us. Poison laughed. "We've experienced such battles before." Looking at his control and resources, he could definitely do much better. Within the distant broken ship's control room, Pilati roared in his alloy chair, a Sector Lord level 9 plant assisting life form, another with the Nanshan armament's 9th form. How can my luck be so Bad to actually meet such a rare human sector lord group if only my losses from killing the official level Undying before weren't that huge, with the Thunder Hell's attacking system being damaged, how could you escape its? Your good luck, just pray you don't meet me ever again. In space. Taiwo brandished an E9 grade universe ship. Captain, this ship seems very similar to the previous one, the only difference is the resting area is empty. Luo Feng smiled. It's not empty anymore. He stood within the ship and pointed ahead. So. The resting quarters suddenly appeared and locked right into place, completing the layout. Luo Feng and the four immediately stepped in. Haha, I ordered a total of 600 of these E9 exactly similar ships back then. Taiwo smiled. All of them are completely alike, and are able to at most hit 1-2 light speed in the dark universe, with simple law engravings outside it. Can be said to be the cheapest E9 grade ships. However, over the many years, we've already had 182 of them destroyed. Right, get everybody out. Luo Feng nodded, and with a thought. Tornado, Wei, God, Rock, Demon Lady, and Hammer all appeared. 9 members and the captain all gathered there. Madman Demon Lady said, I love you to death. Haha, our team has one more powerful warrior. The resting quarters erupted in cheers. The disc-shaped E9 grade ship flew at sub-light speed carefully through the space, dodging the dangerous spots within the resting quarters. Everybody sit. Taiwo smiled and sat in the sofa using his undying energy. To control a wine bottle and some glasses, he poured 10 cups of wine. The crystal clear glasses floated before the 10 of them. He lifted his glass. Let's toast, he said. Haha. The 9 members smiled carefree and lifted their glasses. For our luck in this battle, for our 2 new exceptional members, let's toast. Taiwo said. Cheers. Cheers. The group of sector lords laughed loudly. Any one of them, when placed in the normal starfields, would all be large figures living it up. However, they all chose to come to the outer region wars, because they all had the hopes of becoming even stronger and fighting other stronger warriors. As per usual, we'll first reflect on the battle. Taiwo placed his glass down. That battle before everything was within the enemy's control. Whether it was the Thunder Hell set up or the 9 armies of Thunder puppets, the 3000 F grade puppets holding me up and killing you all after, etc., everything was within his plan. The 9 members listened intently. All the other old members did well, staying not too far from me and Poison. Even in danger, Poison would be able to give his all and save you all. Taiwo revealed a smile. The 2 new recruits did very well too, amongst which I'm very satisfied with Rock. He did as well as the old members. I believe that through some more experience, he will get stronger too. Of course, the one that made everybody the happiest was we got a new powerful member, Madman. Taiwo looked at Luo Feng. Madman. Madman. The group looked at him and cheered. In such a dangerous place such as the battlefields, it was a good thing to have such powerful teammates. Because of him, Poison didn't need to go all out, and we saved a valuable potion. Taiwo looked at the childlike Poison squatting on the sofa. Poison. You've got it made. Hee. Poison grinned at Luo Feng. Luo Feng looked shocked at him. This chemist was very strong. Madman Demon Lady's voice was enchanting. Poison is the second strongest in our group. He once defeated an Undying before. Defeated an Undying? Luo Feng looked shocked at him. What? Rock was even more shocked. Even the ninth form of the Nanshan armament, a match against Undying, was only a match, and could be used for survival. It couldn't exactly defeat an Undying. Of course the Heavenly Bridges level 13, 14, and 15 all used this move, of which the 15th level's move had the ability to already kill a normal Undying. However, that was the Heavenly Bridge level 15. The requirement for official level Undyings, such an absolute genius would definitely become a Sector Lord core member of the Virtual Universe Company. The main thing is that I can rely on my natural ability and potions combined with the plant life form I nurtured. Poison smiled. One potion costs close to 80 mixed elements to succeed. Hee, madman, you've saved me 80 mixed elements. Come, let's drink. Luo Feng lifted his glass, filled with respect within. A chemist was able to create special potions, even according to one's own needs, nurturing special plant life forms. To reach this level, he is pretty impressive, Luo Feng thought. Other than the captain and poison, madman, you are our third-ranked warrior. Now Mad Wu laughed. The third. And you don't need potions like poison. The others all laughed and said. This battle allowed everyone to know the strengths of their two new recruits. They got a good grasp on the two of them, especially the new madman, who was regarded as the third-ranked in the team. Luo Feng was indifferent. He didn't care about such ranks, even though his earth body alone had the ability to kill an Undying. The ship continued forward in a flash. 2 months had passed, and even though they did encounter 2 other attacks, they were able to easily settle it. After all, a team led by an Undying with 9 Sector Lord Generals wasn't something just anyone could deal with. This was also why they headed to a special location. The other locations enemies were simply too weak, and accumulating contribution points simply took too long. The 2 attacks before sure were weak, and the moment they saw we had an Undying, they all fled. So boring. This makes accumulating points too slow. The members discussed within the resting quarters. We've got 2 more days to reach the Starfield 001-2890388484 Shattered Stars. Taiwa said, Shattered Stars is a more renowned battlefield area, as large amounts of other race warriors lay hidden there. Over there, we will definitely be pushed. The only thing we will be complaining about is our own lack of strength. Madman. A deep voice resounded. The most sturdy-looking of the team, Hammer, looked at him. What's your contribution points quota? My contribution points quota. Luo Feng frowned. Every soldier in the outer regions had a quota to hit. They had to get sufficient points to free themselves. For example, if one had a request of 1 million points, starting at 0, killing in the battlefields would give them points until they reached 1 million. Only then could he choose to retire, exchange for treasures, or continue to fight, even fight alone, etc. He would gain the right to choose. And before hitting that quota, they would have to obey the army orders. Right, how many do you have? Madman's quota should be high. The Sector Lord team sat in the sofas and looked over. My Luo Feng said casually, it's still okay, the quota is 1 billion. 1 billion. The white-armored god stared wide-eyed. Did I hear right? Luo Feng nodded curiously. Right, 1 billion. Was this number absurd? He thought it should be within a normal range. Damn, 1 billion. My god. It's 1 billion. Even the calm Taiwa stood up. The old members all looked shocked at Luo Feng. The illusionist Wei, stroking his cat, turned quickly at Rock. Rock, how much is your quota? Mine is 200 million, Rock said. Not bad. It's already impressive. But madman, it's absurd, it's actually 1 billion. The members all discussed. The two new members, however, were curious. Just what did this quota actually mean? Even though Luo Feng's status was high, he had only checked on some information he needed to know. As for just what this quota number actually implied, he didn't know. If you interact enough with the other sector lords, you would know, Taiwa explained. The capable ones do the most work, the stronger one is, the higher his quota would be. When the new recruits first join the outer region wars, they would be given their quotas. These would accurately represent their strength, and the authority they are given is only the most raw judgment of their strength. The normal sector lord, the elite, and the general, these are unclear levels. The sector lords usually have a lowest quota of 1 million, the highest being 1 billion, of which a normal soldier normally has 1 million to 10 million. The elites have 10 million to about 100 million. Sector lord generals have 100 million to 1 billion. Taiwa said, the quotas between 100 million to 1 billion are all sector lord generals, of which they have different levels of strengths too. It's obvious that Rock is already very exceptional for a new recruit. Even without any experience in the battlefield, he's gotten this strong, madman. However, you are simply... Luo Feng was stunned. 1 billion is the top limit of a general for anyone that has such a high quota. It means you have the strength no weaker than a normal undying, Taiwa emphasized. The virtual universe company system will never be wrong. You have the strength to match a normal undying. The members were all shocked as they looked at him. However, they didn't know that sector lords that could match a normal undying did have quotas of 1 billion. However, those able to kill a normal undying or even an official level undying, etc., all had the same 1 billion quota, as that was the absolute limit for sector lords. They didn't know that Luo Feng's strength was much more terrifying than what they imagined. For them, being able to match and kill a normal undying was already heavenly. So, that's how it is. Luo Feng shook his head and laughed. Growing through the many life or death experiences in the battlefield before reaching general level, there are many sector lords that go through this. However, those able to match and kill a normal undying, those are extremely few and rare. Of our entire 26th base, there are probably only 2 or 3 such sector lords, Taiwa exclaimed. In contrast, our alliance partners, even our enemies, the Bug Clan sector lord queens, automaton sector lords, many are able to kill undyings. Some of their warrior talents are simply too heavenly. As for human sector lords able to do so, are simply too rare. However, our team now has one. Taiwa smiled at him. Poison looked at him too. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. Their team now had 3 undying level strengths. Unlike Poison that had to rely on potions, Luo Feng truly had the battle strength of an undying. This would naturally raise their survival rate in Shattered Stars by a lot. Hell. Luo Feng could only smile. 1 billion contribution points quota. He didn't even think about the number. This quota was something the system itself had allotted him. It was a formality. Every sector lord ranged between 1 million to 1 billion, and his strength was enough to be given the limit. However, the virtual universe company had another request for him to accomplish. through his life or death training. That request was 10 trillion points. After completing it, only then could he leave the outer region wars. This was his life or death training. This was the army's request, and another was the virtual universe company's sector lord level request. One was 1 billion, another was 10 trillion. Hence, Luo Feng didn't even think his 1 billion was a lot. The virtual universe had high standards for every primal region sector lord. Since Luo Feng was one that had passed the domain lord Sky Mountain and acquired 3 billion points in reward, also being the primal Chaos City leaders. Disciple 1 could only imagine their level of request and expectation they had of him. It was definitely the highest amongst all the primal region sector lords. 10 trillion points quota. This was also after careful consideration from the company. Time passed. We'll be arriving at our destination in half a day. Taiwook gazed at the 9 sector lord generals, and his eyes were solemn. Shattered stars is a very dangerous region. Madman and Rock, you probably know very little about the area. Before we arrive, I'll explain it to the both of you. Luo Feng and Rock listened intently. Luo Feng didn't dare relax at all. The other races had all sorts of methods and tactics. The moment he wasn't careful, even if he was strong, he'd still be killed. The entire starfield is a battlefield. Battles can erupt at any time. Taiwook looked at the two of them. However, there are two types of battles. One is the army battles, and the other is between elite teams. Universe level and domain lords, these are weak, and some normal sector lord soldiers, without the invitation of any elite team, would be sent to lead large amounts of universe and domain lords, forming a huge army. Taiwook said. These armies are led by an Undying to go into war with the other armies. The Undyings would fight other Undyings, and the weaker ones would fight each other. We are different. We are an elite sector lord team. Just us alone is akin to a full army. Taiwook said. However, we are small in numbers, and there are many empty spaces. Within the 7th Starfield battlefield, we can easily spot the enemies fleeing as soon as we know we are not a match. Hence these areas aren't fit to be battlefields. Special regions are thus made within this 7th battlefield. The 4 pinnacle races put their strongest warriors within the regions and massacre each other. The battles are intense. We are heading to the 001-2890388484 region Shatter Star System. It's a more renowned battle region over trillions of years. Who knows how many warriors have fallen there? Taiwook gently tapped in mid-air. A light screen immediately formed, and on it a star map appeared. This is Shattered Stars System. Taiwook pointed at the map. Luo Feng looked carefully. Shattered Star System. It was like a region filled with asteroids. The legendary Shattered Star System, when this secret region hadn't become a battlefield yet, it was a huge planet. According to what was said, it had a diameter of over 10 million kilometers. Taiwook exclaimed. Later on, this planet was completely destroyed by one of the demon clan's top races, the 1000 Centipede clan. The planet was reduced to countless remains floating within this space. With a diameter of 0.8 light years, through countless battles after, these remains get shattered further over and over. Hence there are countless fragments throughout the area. These fragments are called shattered stars. And this whole 0.8 light years in diameter area is called Shattered Stars System. Taiwook said. Luo Feng nodded. Shattered Stars. Has anybody calculated how many pieces there are. It's shocking, almost every 100 million km area has fragments, and some with more in density, some are more sparse within the entire area. Taiwa laughed. It may be due to it being a secret region, but the fragments are incredibly cold and sturdy. Even a sector lord's strength will find it hard to break these fragments. And because they are hard to destroy, Shattered Star System became a renowned battlefield with large amounts of other race warriors hidden within. Taiwa said, "You two must remember. There are simply too many other race warriors, hence we cannot fight for too long or draw too much attention." Taiwa emphasized the moment the battle drags, it may attract others to rush over, and once we get surrounded that would be it. If the battle is too flashy, even an official level undying with an undying body, one who is arrogant and powerful, would be reduced to nothing and destroyed. Luo Feng nodded. This disc-shaped E9 ship finally reached Shattered Star System. Through the external simulator, Luo Feng gazed out. He could see floating planet fragments throughout the space. These fragments were all over, and a formless energy permeated through everywhere. The energy here sure is shocking. Countless warriors have fallen throughout these areas. Poison laughed. If you feel uncomfortable, you can send part of your consciousness into the virtual universe network to relax. No one will make fun of you. After all, we won't be here for a day or two, but for hundreds to thousands of years. There's a human sector lord team. Luo Feng looked at his screen. On the battlefield, humans naturally could assist each other. The main thing was to keep a portion of the consciousness connected to the virtual universe network. That way, if there were any allies or partners within a 1 billion kilometers area, they would appear. 1. Displaying ally markers within a 1 billion kilometers area. 2. Distress signals. All human allies within the 10 billion kilometers area would receive it. These were the two huge uses of the virtual universe network in the battlefield. Of course, there were other uses, like reporting and calculations, etc. Shattered Stars system has many other race warriors. Madwu smiled. There are many humans too, along with allies from other races. It's normal to discover allies within the 1 billion kilometers area. They progressed. They often discovered other allies and their markers about. Stop. We'll stop at the Shattered Star System nest for a while, Taiwa ordered. The ship slowed down swiftly. Let's get out. Hua. Luo Feng and the others swiftly flew out, and Taiwa kept the resting quarters first before keeping the ship. The group stood in space. The path we flew by, especially the regions we recently passed, had many other humans and allies around. It means this is an area we humans mostly control. We'll choose this area to set up base. Taiwa smiled. The 9 sector lords nodded. Luo Feng discovered through his screen that within the 1 billion kilometers area, there were 2 gathering markers. It was obvious that there were 2 human and allies areas within that fragment. Taiwa pointed in the distance. The scanners have discovered a deep cave within. It should be left behind by one of the teams. We don't need to waste our strengths. So. The 10 warriors swiftly flew over, closing millions of km in an instant as they landed randomly within the fragment. This fragment had many marks of battle. It was clear that over trillions of years, it had received countless ripples and attacks. Its largest diameter was 16 kilometers and smallest was 1 kilometer. It had a total of 21 pathways within. Luo Feng and the team followed one pathway until they reached the core of the fragment. This was a huge cave with a diameter of about 100 m. "It's pretty big," Taiwo smiled and pointed at the ground. "So." A resting quarters completely made of tungsten essence appeared and landed on the ground. "Open," Taiwo ordered. The cabin door opened automatically and the group entered. Within the resting room, deep in the fragment. "We just arrived at Shattered Star System, everybody take a rest," Taiwo smiled. "We'll first contact our neighbors through the virtual universe. Network the allies that we have in this 1 billion kilometers area. Even though humans have taken most of the region, there will be other race warriors that might invade the area. We cannot see their markers, and those that come will definitely have confidence and strength. Just our sector lord team won't be able to handle them alone. It's better to contact our allies." After which Taiwo closed his eyes and sent his consciousness into the virtual universe. Network to contact the neighbors. The others relaxed, all calming themselves. They rested in order to do better in battle. 1 billion contribution points and 10 trillion. Luo Feng sat in the sofa and pondered. "The army gave me a quota of 1 billion. As long as I finish that, I'll be free. I can choose to retire or exchange for treasure, even choosing to continue to battle or battling alone. I'll first stick with Taiwo and the others. I'll swiftly gain experience about the battlefield and I'll be able to quickly complete my 1 billion points quota too," he thought. "Once that's done, I'll probably understand how to survive in the battlefield, then I'll no longer need to stick to the team." Sticking to this team, he had no way to fully unleash his strength, as there were too many people. Revealing his true strength would shock them, and they would naturally tell their other friends about it. Then it'd be troublesome. Luo Feng was very clear. His status as the Primal Chaos City leader's disciple didn't bring just benefits, it brought dangers as well. The other races would madly rush to kill him. "When I work alone later on, I'll be able to unleash my strength and kill the other races. Even if my identity is revealed, I can swiftly switch locations. I'm still a newbie here. I have to gain more experience," Luo Feng thought. "I'll help out this team while I'm here." At this time, Taiwo opened his eyes. "Haha, I've already contacted our neighbors. They are also 2 elite sector lord teams led by Undyings. One is a human elite team while another is an allied race team." Taiwo smiled. "We've formed an offensive and defensive alliance. If anyone other race warriors dare attack us here, we 3 will join. Together, our survival rate would grow by a huge amount. Everybody rest for a day. Tomorrow we begin our battle." "Yes." The 9 sector lords replied, all filled with anticipation. The 7 old members were on high alert when they arrived in Shattered Star. This was completely normal to them, as they had been in such environments for too long. Luo Feng was on high alert too. When they first arrived, there was a saying that an able person was more daring with his high perspectives and mental state. Luo Feng quickly got used to such a state of alertness, that of being in critical danger at any time. As for Rock, he was a new recruit too. However, his strength was far from Luo Feng's, and was only considered exceptional amongst other sector lords. After rushing to Shattered Stars the moment he signed on, the moment he thought about being in such danger all the time, he was unable to calm down since the killing aura within the entire area was too heavy. He was a nervous wreck. "Rock, You should send a part of your consciousness to the virtual universe. Network to play some games and relax, Tywith smiled as he noticed. Yes, Captain Rock was filled with regret. Don't feel bad, everyone here. When we first came to the wars, the feeling of a battle breaking out at any time, it forced everyone to go crazy. There are no such terrifying places in humanity's territories. The new recruits all go through the same thing. We call it the new recruit sickness, Tywith smiled. Rock nodded and connected to the virtual universe network to relax. Captain Demon Lady smiled. Madman doesn't seem to have that sickness at all. He seems totally calm. You think he's an ordinary person? Poison lay in his sofa and hugged his bottle of wine. He seemed to enjoy drinking the most out of all the members. As for creating potions, most of his experiments were done in the virtual universe, as it was realistic enough. As long as there are enough materials, he could do the same in reality. The group chatted casually, some choosing to rest up very quickly. The next day came. Gather, the undying Tywith ordered. Poison, Mad Woo, God, Madman, they all swiftly stood up. This is our first mission. Since coming to Shattered Stars, we have to succeed. Tywith's gaze swept past the 9 of them. The old members should know the rules. New recruits, when we encounter special situations, just watch how the old members react. Yes. Luo Feng and Rock nodded. All right, let's go. Tywith smiled and ordered. We can finally begin to gain contribution points. Haha, I used up most of mine long ago. The old members all laughed. These old members had gone through many life or death situations to become sector Lord Generals. They had long completed their quotas, hence they were free from the army long ago. They could use the points gathered to exchange for treasures they needed. Normally 100,000 contribution points added up to one mixed element. Luo Feng and group swiftly exited the nest. The captain naturally kept the resting quarters. C9 grade ship. Luo Feng and Rock stood on the fragment, shocked at the floating ship. Right, we'll be taking a C9 grade ship out. Tywith nodded. This C9 ship's weakness is its slow acceleration and deceleration, and it dodges slow too. However, the moment it accelerates, it can be quite fast too. Reaching light speed shouldn't be too hard. The most important thing is there are too many powerful warriors in Shattered Stars. They can attack at any time. The moment they do, the ship would be destroyed. We will be staying here for a long time. If we lose a ship every time, I cannot afford such losses. Hehe, such C9 grade ships are very cheap. Even if I lose hundreds of thousands to millions of them, I wouldn't feel the pinch. Tywith smiled. Luo Feng was stunned. C9 grade ships were indeed very cheap. Even a million of them wouldn't add up to one mixed element. To an undying, it was indeed very, very cheap. After all, any heirs to some powerful families all can sit in C-grade ships. These were definitely made large scale. Just one ancient family alone would probably have up to tens of millions of them. And the wealth of such families usually didn't even add up to an undying's. Luo Feng and the others sat in the low-quality C9 ship, flying at sub-light speed, dodging the many fragments and maintaining distance from them. The scanning device I bring along with me is worth 120 mixed elements, which is much more valuable than a C9 grade ship. Tywith stood in the resting quarters and smiled. This scanning device is able to detect life signals within area with a diameter of 100 million km. Even though we know the Markers of our allies, we don't know our enemies, hence we have to rely on such devices. This thing we cannot scrimp on it. A good scanning device is very important. Luo Feng laughed. The scanning device was indeed important, hence before coming to the outer region wars, he had exchanged for one himself with his status and discount. He spent 39 million points on one naturally, to Luo Feng who had 3 billion points back then. It didn't cost much, and whether it was the outer region wars or the secret regions, this would come in handy. Even after discount it was 39 million points. If it were auctioned outside, it would cost at least 10 million mixed elements. And normal official level undyings only had that much. Such an expensive scanning device like this normally only Emperor level undyings could afford. If the enemy has a powerful scanning device too, it would detect our scan. Taiwa said, naturally a lot of other races are weaker technologically. They would only detect us after we began our attack. The ship continued to progress. The first day, they were mostly within the area with their allies. The second day, it began with sparse warriors about. Later on they discovered many other race warriors. Second day, in the ship. Quick, change direction and fly away from the target, Taiwa ordered. The ship changed its direction and maintained its sub-light speed. What's wrong, Captain? Why so scared? Demon Lady and Mad Wu mocked. Taiwa hushed them. There are ripples of 6 undyings. What? Luo Feng was slightly shocked. Everybody else however jumped up. 6 undyings gathered together. The illusionist Wei, hugging his cat, stared wide-eyed. Relax, we've been maintaining our speed close to the limit within the area. And with us flying away from them, even if they wanted to chase they wouldn't be able to. Taiwa smiled. They probably detected us too, and are too lazy to bother. A team formed from 6 undyings. Luo Feng was curious. This team might have an official level strength within such a team. Taiwa nodded. Such a terrifying team is definitely a trump card team. We are only an elite team. If we faced off just one official level undying would be able to kill us all. Flying within the space, they were careful throughout. After experiencing several other dangerous situations. Discovered target. 84 million kilometers away from target. There are a total of 5 of them. They should all be sector lords, Taiwa said. 5 sector lords, no difficulty at all. The white-armored god smiled. Be careful everyone, those able to come to Shattered Stars are all not easy opponents. Even if they are just 5 sector lords, they should have some trump cards. Poison warned. Understood. Relax little Chen Chen. The ship then began to slow down and headed towards the targets. Distance shrinking, 90 million kilometers, 80 million, 70 million. The 5 sector lords stayed within a fragment without any movement. I guess their scanning device is just average, hence they haven't discovered our scan, and their scanner should have been jammed by ours already, Taiwa said. Anyone in the outer region wars definitely had scanning devices. If I can detect you and you can't detect me, this was the difference in technology. Like when they were attacked by the automaton warrior before, their scanners never picked up anything. It was obvious the enemy was much more advanced in technology, and this time it seemed like their own device was superior to the targets. After a while, the distance closed to 3 million kilometers. Ship decreasing speed, stopping. We've already detected their appearances. They are 5 other race sector lords. Look, Taiwa's arm screen shot out a blurry light that projected the images. In mid-air it had their height and size, skin color, etc. along with detailed information. It was 5 other race warriors. Their heights were between 21-25 m, and they were definitely giants compared to humanity. They all wore thick armor. The top half of their bodies were close to humans. The bottom half were creatures with 6 thick hooves, with a long scaled tail. Their entire body was covered in green scales. Laquan race, Tywith said seriously. They are creatures proficient in thunder. They are on the Bug clan's side. Poison nodded. No wonder they dared to come here. The thunder race creatures are harder to deal with. These old members all began their discussions. Luo Feng carefully looked at the pictures, getting a better understanding of the other races. Actually, Taiwa and Poison, etc. They didn't know detailed information about the other races that much. They used their countless battles and interactions with the other races to accumulate their experiences. Hence, they had a rough understanding of their abilities. Luo Feng, however, knew everything extremely well. Laquan race, they had a sacred land, Laquan. Every infant would be placed in that area when they could use their own strengths to climb up to the peak of the area, and out of it, only then would their nurturing stage be complete. Hence every one of them were naturally proficient in lightning laws. They could naturally control it, and their comprehension of the laws too naturally made their strengths powerful. Just like the Masha clansmen being proficient in the space laws, and the golden horned beast in that of the gold. Naturally, even though they had natural talent, they mostly relied on the evolution from the Laquan sacred land. Hence, in terms of comprehension and law unleashing, it couldn't compare to the Masha clansmen. Even so, compared to humans, it was already a huge advantage. However, they did have a weakness. Their numbers weren't even a millionth of humanity. Everybody get out of the ship and sneak in. We will unleash our attacks simultaneously, Captain Taiwo ordered. Yes. The group sneakily flew down, and Taiwo kept the ship. Later on, they tore through the space and headed towards the fragment where the 5-sector lord lay. Quan race warriors were hiding at this time within the fragment's caves. 5 Laquan sector lords were chatting and laughing within. Superior, the contribution points we got this time were not bad. If this speed keeps up, within a decade, you'll have collected sufficient contribution points. Then you can go back and be absorbed into the sacred land, a warrior with a lion-like body with 6 hooves, covered in green scales, and a human-like torso said. The tallest 25 m Laquan race warrior laughed loudly. Right, those that looked down on you before will definitely regret it. They will think that he actually died in the outer region wars. The many clansmen all laughed loudly and happily, of which the smallest one, with a height of 21 m, an icy cold-looking one, revealed a rare smile. Back then, when I stayed in the clan I was under someone, I forced myself out of a death path, finding the only chance coming to the outer region wars only has 2 outcomes. One is to die, and the other is to succeed and return, standing above others. In space, Taiwa and the others were 100,000 kilometers away. Stop, Taiwa communicated. The 9-sector lords stopped. The 10 of them were standing in space. Don't get anxious, Taiwa pointed at the distant fragment. There are 5 sector lords within. They shouldn't have discovered us yet. They are now within the fragment itself. Let me first send the first attack. Even if they don't die, they'd lose half of their strength. Captain, we'll rely on you. The captain's cannon is coming. The old members communicated and laughed. Luo Feng watched on curiously. Taiwo raised his hands, and immediately a torrent of ground undying energy began to gather in his hands. The god energy condensed further. It got stronger and stronger, until a yellow light ball formed between his hands. The strength of the god energy kept rising until even Luo Feng changed his expression. This was purely overpowering the enemy with strength. Go, Taiwo rushed forward like lightning, flashing over 100,000 kilometers until he was only a few km away from the fragment. Then he waved his hands almost like tossing out a huge asteroid. Rumble. An undying energy ball became a glaring laser, rushing into the spacious cave of the fragment. For the Lei Quan clansmen to fit through, it was naturally spacious. Within the cave. Not good. Let's go. The skinny Lei Quan clansman changed his expression and ordered. Their detection device in the superior's hands had gone off when Taiwo had rushed close to them with that powerful energy ripple. He immediately ordered all of them to flee. At the time rumble, the Lei Quan clansmen flew in all directions, rushing into the pathways out. When a huge explosion occurred, rumble, the powerful undying energy imploded within. Large amounts of energy rippled along the caves and swiftly flew out. The powerful force had torn through space itself, flowing through the caves and rushing out. It naturally hit the 5 Lei Quan warriors. This attack was one that the undying Taiwo had stored for long before unleashing. Even though they were only hit by the ripples of the explosion, it was still more deadly than 10 sector lords' combined attacks. Cheap purple blood spewed out. The green scales tore apart. The 5 Lei Quan warriors let out enraged roars, their 6 hooves stomping as they rushed out of the fragment. At this time a distant beam of light shot over. Kill, the leading undying with powerful law ripples ordered. It's the humans. Human undying. It's the law domain. The 5 Lei Quan warriors changed their expressions. The undying Taiwo instantly unleashed his law domain. Countless yellow light dots spread over the area. Every dot was like a mountain, madly rushing at the incredibly huge Lei Quan sector L wards. Even though the law domain couldn't kill them, it had decreased their speeds by over half. And Luo Feng, Poison and the others went according to the plan, swiftly surrounding them. Be careful, everybody. Killing 5 sector lords isn't that difficult, however we don't want any losses. Here Taiwo communicated. Relax. We understand. The 9 members all followed. They knew too that falling into a trap would easily be dangerous for them. They all had partners who had fallen along with the enemy, despite having huge advantages. Seeing the human sector lord team surround them, the leader being an undying, the 5 Lei Quan warriors changed their expressions. I'll deal with the undying. The skinny little warrior's eyes gleamed with madness. Superior. Superior. The other 4 looked nervous. Remember, there's only 2 options, live or die. Give it your all. The skinny warrior said. He was only skinny and small compared to the others. Compared to humans, he made the biggest mother flame race hammer look like a child. He couldn't even compare to the size of one hoof. Right. Yes, superior. The 4 warriors almost simultaneously brandished close to 15 tall shields. Another hand wielding 60 long pikes, their bodies covered in thunder snakes. Humans, the skinny warrior brandished the same weapons. His shield, however, was slightly smaller. The pike however reached a length of 80 m, and it had incredibly complex engravings on it. The bloodthirst emanating from it was terrifying. "Receive my attack," the skinny warrior roared, his 6 hooves in space shook. As the surrounding space instantly tore apart, the long pike seemed to become a huge lightning bolt. As he roared, the pike pierced forward. Rumble. The pike became a thunder whirlpool, turning and changing as it pierced forward. The undying Taiwo receiving the attack felt his reaction time slow down by quite a bit, and his expression changed. "Not good, it's a genius Lei Quan. Warrior that's well trained in thunder and time laws." The well-experienced Taiwo was very clear on this. It was extremely hard for a human sector lord to be on par with an undying. However, the chances of that happening in the other races was much higher. It was because their basic foundation was much higher. Roar! Taiwo instantly punched forward. With the punch, it was like an endless mountain pushing forward, infused with law comprehension bound strongly to it. Rumble. The punch and the pike clashed head-on. The huge skinny and small Lei Quan warrior was knocked back over 1,000 kilometers. Purple blood spewed from his mouth as he roared, "Go and die, go and die!" His expression malevolent as he stomped his 6 hooves in space and once again rushed at Taiwo. The thunder pike in his hand seemed to grow even more, and his arms seemed to tear. Because of it, his scales tore apart too, revealing his muscles. It was obvious that he had exceeded his limit. Hell! The thunder pike actually left his hands and revolved forwards, distorting time and space as it pierced at Taiwo. "Haha, the stronger you are, the more contribution points I'll get from killing you." Taiwo smiled wide, stepping forward. His stomp tore through space, and countless space fragments flowed messily. He however was a steady pillar amidst the mess, once again punching forward. Rumble. Due to the huge clash between the two of them, the surrounding 100 kilometers of space completely crumbled, with countless slits of space flowing madly about. The huge thunder pike was actually knocked back from the punch. However, as it flew, it returned back to the skinny Lei Quan warrior with an ugly expression. "It's a pity I'm not the same warrior as when I just came to the outer region. Wars, if it were the me of back then, I may even be disadvantaged now. However, you will die, race genius, become my contribution points." Taiwo's energy soared, instantly becoming an endless majestic mountain in space itself, once again punching at the little and skinny Lei Quan warrior. This punch was more terrifying than the 2 punches from before. "Superior! Superior!" Harsh cries resounded from the other side. The skinny warrior unleashed his world energy. He had long discovered what had happened on the other side. Amongst his 4 underlings, 2 of them had already died. One of the Lei Quan warriors stomped his hooves and pierced his pike at the illusionist demon lady. It was actually one of her illusions. It caused 2 of them that had fallen under her spell to be instantly killed. Demon lady's expression changed. That warrior's eyes were filled with madness. How many years had it been back then? 30 underlings had followed their superior into the outer region wars, massacring along the way. Many had fallen, now only 4 were left. They had finally succeeded and killed a large number of enemies, accumulating their contribution points, seeing the reward within a decade of their grasp. Who'd expect them to be attacked today? Xiao. A gold light flashed. The Lei Quan warrior first saw a gold blade from the distance. After that it vanished into space and reappeared right before his eyes, as he stared with shock. The gold blade pierced right through his head and into his body, destroying his life core, causing the source to crumble and his internal world to collapse. Some items appeared and filled up the space that was filled with the aftermath of battles. Thanks. Demon Lady looked at the dead Lei Quan warrior and winked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng laughed. He thought within, this is probably the first other race warrior I've killed since coming to the Outer Region Wars. Luo Feng, you've got contribution points, Babata said. Luo Feng smiled. Every battle had to be connected to the virtual universe network, only that way could the system observe the battle and give the contribution points. 1,000,000 points. Luo Feng looked at the screen, shaking his head. So stingy. I killed an opponent close to Sector Lord General level, and they only give me 1,000,000. However, it's also my first batch. This battle went about swiftly, especially with the illusionists Wei and Demon Lady. They easily affected the 4 Lei Quan warriors. Only the Captain Taiwa had to clash head-on with the strongest of the group over and over as he could block the illusions. No. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. The skinny Lei Quan warrior was almost mad, roaring in his language with his final breaths. He wanted to survive, but under the pressure of the law domain, his fleeing speed was greatly reduced. He couldn't flee at all. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't. He could only fight. And he couldn't win the fight, he could only die. There was no other choice. Rumble with Taiwa's third punch, the skinny warrior was reduced to a mess of meat. His internal world within crumbled as well, as countless items appeared. Quickly keep the spoils and we'll go, Taiwa ordered. Yes. The 9 sector lords swiftly collected all the goods, before leaving swiftly, taking the ship and flying away at sub-light speed. Within a few minutes, a few other race teams had arrived at the scene. Our allies are dead. The culprits sure fled fast. The other teams all checked about before dispersing. The percentage of falling in the Outer Region Wars were simply too high, especially an area like Shattered Stars with so many other warriors. The death rate was shocking. The many warriors that came here were all used to it. Within the ship, our spoils are not bad, Taiwa said. That Lei Quan race left us many items. Everybody split them. The strongest one was killed by you, Captain. Whoever killed him has the right to decide. Captain, you pick. The tall and sturdy hammer said with a deep voice. I want his long pike. You guys can split everything else. Taiwa kept the thunder pike as an undying. His perspectives were much higher. The group went through the goods. Madman, you. Do you want anything? Luo Feng sat in the sofa and drank the wine, shaking his head. You guys go ahead, I don't need them. That's the manner of a strong warrior. Demon Lady winked at Poison. Little Chen Chen, you should show off such manners too. Don't compete with us. Do you think my potions are free? Poison grasped tightly on the world ring and began to search through the large amount of items, collecting whatever was valuable. After checking a while, he took 2 items and tossed it to Demon Lady. You guys go ahead, I'm done. Damn. Stingy fellow. Vicious, the best have been taken away. Mad Wu, Wei, and God all looked with despise at Poison. Actually, after all the things they had been through, they were long life or death brothers in arms. This little argument was nothing but their show of affection towards each other. As for the distribution of spoils, they had their own rules that they followed. Against their condescending gazes, Poison didn't seem ashamed at all. Instead, he was satisfied. I'm not Madman, he is a new recruit and he already has the strength to defeat an Undying even if he wasn't a core member of the 5 Leviathans. He'll definitely be a favored disciple of an absolute warrior. He definitely has plenty of treasures, he wouldn't care about such little things. Madman, am I right? Luo Feng smiled. Since entering Songbird Star till now, no one had recognized his true identity. It wasn't strange. The number of humans was simply too much, there were all sorts of appearances. And only a few actually watched the genius battles, hence, many had probably forgotten it already. Secondly, over 4,000 years had passed and Luo Feng's strength and power had all changed completely. He was young and tender back then, however after training in the beast god path, he was like a ferocious beast even when relaxed. When unleashed it was even more terrifying. After 4,000 years, it had a huge change on a person. Thirdly, Luo Feng had changed his appearance slightly too. He had changed his color slightly to give off a different look even if his overall look was the same, the slight changes would make him unrecognizable. His energy and looks had all changed. Who would have expected this to be the same star-level punk from 4,000 years ago, for him to suddenly be a Sector Lord Pinnacle with the strength to match an Undying? Luo Feng and their team sat in the C9 grade ship and carefully explored, dodging the powerful enemies and swiftly dealing with those they could each. Battle was extremely short, they fled right after it was over. In the blink of an eye, they had already explored for about half a year, with 11 bloody battles. 3 of them were more dangerous. Mad Wu and Wu were heavily injured before. Luckily Luo Feng saved them. Madman, I owe you my life too. Within the ship's resting room, Mad Wu came out of the world ring and expressed his gratitude to Luo Feng. Even if didn't save you, Poison would have done so, Luo Feng said. Don't talk about me, even if I did, I would have paid quite a high cost. Poison shook his head as he sipped his wine in the sofa. Having Madman sure is good, with his Nanshan armament passing through the slits of space. Instantly, its speed is shocking. It's extremely good for saving teammates. Since the enemies usually focus on the captain, thinking he's the most important, they never actually focus on Madman. They don't really care about Sector Lords. God's smile was like the sun. With no one holding up Madman, the 3 dangers before, if Madman wasn't there, we'd have to go all out, but with him it was much easier. With him attacking, it spoiled all the enemy's plans, messing them up, allowing us to flip the tables. Rock however sat quietly in the corner, only occasionally making a sound. Luo Feng glanced at him, he could feel his depression. Rock had joined the team with him, when he became the second most important person next to the captain. Rock still required assistance occasionally from the other older members. Naturally, he would feel depressed. He was filled with confidence before as a genius. However, in front of Luo Feng, he had lost his shine. A few more setbacks and he'll awaken, Luo Feng thought. Babada, how many points do I have? Including the 2 you just defeated, you've accumulated 32 million contribution points, Babada said. The 2 I killed just now only added 11 million. Luo Feng shook his head. Within, so stingy. It was after he had killed the first Lei warrior, including the 12 bloody battles. Over half a year, as well as the many warriors he had killed, according to how his points increased, he got a good understanding on the system. Killing a normal sector lord soldier alone was 100,000 points. Killing an elite sector lord soldier alone was 1 million points. Killing a sector lord general alone was 10 million points. And this was killing them alone. If others helped, the points would be split. And he'd only get a portion of it. Luo Feng had naturally dealt with the more powerful opponents he killed. Mostly generals and elites, hence he accumulated 32 million. One normal sector lord would give a lowest point of 1 million. This means he'd have to kill 10 opponents of his level to complete his quota. Luo Feng thought always fighting against others just as strong, to the new recruits, going through this life or death struggle at least 10 times. Luo Feng shook his head. Of course, the stronger one was, the higher the requests were. The army gave him the limit of sector lords to accumulate 1 billion contribution points. The Virtual Universe Company, however, gave him 10 trillion. Not leaving the team and killing normal sector lords like that, even 10,000 years or a million years, wouldn't be enough. Luo Feng thought. What's more, there aren't any sector lord generals for me to kill. One army usually only has so few sector lords. It's obvious the Virtual Universe Company is forcing me to kill Undyings. In the Virtual Universe Company's point of view, the disciple of the primal Chaos City leader should be able to kill Undyings at sector lord level. In this half a year, their team had returned to the base 3 times and rested for 10 days to half a month. One more battle and we'll return to rest, Taiwa said. Yes. After we kill them, we'll head back to rest. The members all laughed, relaxed. They carefully scouted for enemies. After 8 hours had passed, they found their target. A completely jade-green ship was flying within Shattered Star System. A living ship was actually one that was commonly seen in the universe. However, it was more mainstream only within the demon clan, etc. As for humans and automatons, they mostly used alloy and metal ships. The living ships and the metal ships all had their pros and cons. Within the control room, standing at 16 m tall, a completely red-scaled life form extended its claws and grabbed a glass of wine and sipped. Beside him stood another that looked exactly alike. The two of them gave off fire law ripples. 2 captains, the swallowing is complete. The living ship has reached 100 completion. A smaller sector lord said respectfully. The 2 captains nodded. 20 sector lords were gathered within the control. All of them were obviously from the same race, even though they were all about 13 m to 17 m tall. Their eyes were vicious and their bodies covered in scales, their elbows and knees sharp. It was obviously a race proficient in battle. The scanning device has detected battle ripples. One stronger looking Undying being said. Get close. Another scaled being immediately ordered. Also scan their strengths. In just 10 seconds or so. We've already discovered their ripples. There's an Undying and the rest are sector lords. The stronger looking being said excitedly. Just one Undying. Prepare for battle. The other one immediately stood up and roared. Hua! 20 sector lord scaled beings all stood up. Armor appeared on the surface of their bodies. Weapons appeared in their arms, and their eyes were mad and blood thirsty. Fu Wei-san, the target scanning device should be lousier than ours. They haven't detected us, the stronger-looking Undying being said solemnly. The intrepid scaled being nodded, his gaze sweeping over the 20 sector Lords, children, the targets haven't detected us, we'll sneak in, remember. You all have to stick close to Tualu, that way our scanning device can jam theirs and make them unable to detect us. Yes, the 20 sector lords all seem to be frantic to go. Distance shrinking, 10 million kilometers, 8 million, 6 million, the stronger. Looking undying, said softly. Slowing down, the one called Fu Wei-san ordered. The living ship swiftly stopped. I'll get off, we'll fly over, Fu Wei-san ordered. Immediately, 20 bloodthirsty sector lord scaled beings all rushed out, the other 2 undyings followed. In space, Luo Feng and their team were engaged in battle with another team without a doubt. Luo Feng's team had the advantage as the enemy had only 2 sector lords remaining. Luo Feng gazed into the distant black blur, enemies. Taiwa's scanning device was only worth 120 mixed elements, maybe it was better than the Lei Quan race's device. However, amongst the undying, there were many that had devices better than Taiwa's. Luo Feng's scanning device was much more advanced, with his status, with a huge discount, he bought one at 39 million points. The auction of that same device would hit up to over 10 million mixed elements. Hence, when they were 1 billion kilometers away, Luo Feng's scanning device had already detected them. The only thing was he didn't care too much, as it was very likely that they were simply passing by. However, as they drew closer and began to head in their direction, Luo Feng understood that they had been discovered. Small things, Luo Feng thought, his inherited memories had allowed him to know of these creatures. Qiushi race, one of the tens of millions of energy life forms, bloodthirsty, and enjoyed swallowing other life forms. They are very brutal. Just like the rock life forms, some had souls while others didn't. The blood and flesh life forms, some had weaker bodies while some had bodies stronger than even the metal life forms. One theory was that the energy life forms, as one of the powerful life forms, had all sorts of creatures. Some were well known for assassination, like the Masha clan, standing at the pinnacle of the energy life forms. However, there were others more commonly seen, like the Qiushi race. They had terrifying soul attacks, but couldn't change their forms like the Masha, stuck in fixed forms. However, the moment they exploded their bodies, they could still reform it. This was a power of the energy life forms. However, every time they exploded, the harm to their bodies was huge. And also, they swallowed other life forms, using them to replenish their energies as they absorb. This was also a power of the energy life forms. Swallowing living bodies, there were many in the universe that enjoyed doing so. In the distance, the scaled beings were suppressing their excitement as they drew closer. The skinny scaled being ordered, "Slow down, Tualu, we'll attack them first and heavily injure them." All right, the stronger-looking undying was obviously excited. Chi-Chi, the 2 undying scaled beings, extended their 2 claws. Mad undying energy began to gather within, condensing and forming a fire god core crystal kind of attack. The fire god core crystals were incredibly condensed undying crystals, melded into a crystal and used to detonate into an explosion. Even an emperor-level undying wouldn't have the ability to condense enough energy to form a core crystal level kind of power. Kill. The 2 undyings swiftly flashed forward, and the 20 sector lords immediately followed. As they drew closer, the 2 undyings were already prepared to unleash their undying energy balls. Qiushi race, bloodthirsty and proficient in battle. Luo Feng thought too. Undyings and 20 sector lords, quite troublesome. Condensed undying. Energy. Haha, hurry and collect the spoils. Once we are done, we will return to our base. Captain Taiwo laughed and said. This battle was easy enough. Illusionist Wei laughed. Back to the nest. Poison cheered. We can finally rest. The white-robed god smiled. The group of sector lords swiftly collected the floating goods about. Luo Feng pretended to look about. Suddenly he stared into the distance and shouted to the group, enemies. Enemies. Where we haven't even battled for 3 minutes and others have come. Taiwo, Poison, and the others all looked in the direction of where Luo Feng was looking. In the distance, 2 beams of lights were rushing over. Condensed undying energy attack. Taiwo's expression changed as he immediately raised his hands. Rumble, rumble. 2 light pillars shot out from Taiwo's hands, headed straight for the 2 beams of light. Taiwo simultaneously shouted, retreat, hurry, and retreat. The sector lord team swiftly began to flee. Rumble. His 2 light pillars clashed instantly with the condensed undying flame energy, creating a terrifying explosion. The powerful undying energy instantly tore through up to 1,000 kilometers of space, rippling in all directions. Luckily Luo Feng had warned them quick enough, and Taiwo reacted quickly, hence their team was far enough to be slightly hit by the ripples, without anyone getting injured. This undying energy. Taiwo's expression changed. This flame undying energy. Poison, who was originally serious, suddenly began to grow enraged as he shouted hoarsely, it's them, it's them. The most collected of the team, Tornado, felt the flame undying energy, and even his expression grew mad. One had to know that every undying energy was unique. His eyes grew bloodshot as he howled, it's that flesh-eating freak, that flesh-eating freak. The flesh-eating freak. Demon Lady and Wei, the 2 illusionists, changed their expressions too. Mad Wu. God. Hammer. The Captain Taiwo. They all flew into a frenzy. What's going on? Luo Feng and Rock were stunned. Madman, Rock, that team is our sworn enemy. Don't hold back, use everything to kill them. Kill all of them, flesh-eating freaks, Taiwo ordered. Seventh brother, Poison howled as tears welled up in his eyes. He could never forget the scene of the number 2 of their team back then. 7th brother, risking his life to save them from that undying scaled being. He finally died and was even eaten before the team Poison had gone mad back then. Kill. Kill. Captain Taiwo and the 7 old members all were enraged, charging straight into the distance. Luo Feng and Rock naturally followed. A group of lights shot over too. Haha, they actually didn't flee. We knew it was the bunch of humans that survived back then. I didn't expect you all to come and fight. The 2 undying scaled beings were excited as they laughed. They were very clear of the enemy's strength. This human team only had 1 undying. That was harder to deal with back then. There was another fighter that was very powerful, able to match up to an undying. However, he was still finally eaten by Tualu. 2 teams. One with 1 undying and 9 sector lords. Another with 2 undyings and 20 sector lords. Both met in space and almost instantly clashed. Children, kill them all, eat them all, the intrepid, scaled undying cackled as he ordered. Yes. Yes, Lord. The group of sector lord beings laughed madly, all wielding blades and knives, etc., all extremely fast and nimble as they rushed forward. Poison's voice was hoarse, his expression manic as he held the originally 1 m tall little childlike being instantly grew stronger and bigger. His body began to shoot out dark green vines that madly spread in all directions. He flipped his hand and brandished a colorful potion that was instantly swallowed by the vines. Grow, Poison roared, die. Rumble. Poison had already grown into a 12 m tall giant, his chest glowing with a glaring engraving gold light. That light shone on the vines, the dark green vines that had absorbed the potion began to go through a special change along with Poison. The originally dark green vines grew a layer of gold membrane over it. 3,621 years. Seventh brother died for us. I've been making potions every day and studying them. Finally I succeeded in making one that can combine with my plant life form, all for this day, all for this day. Go and die, all of you. Poison held a total of 72 vines, almost like 72 gold snakes, pierced through space and madly waved about. The two scaled sector lords originally rushing at him were instantly wrapped by two vines. Poochie, they were instantly torn to shreds, causing their internal life core to break. Their internal worlds collapsed and countless items flew out. It's you. You ate, seventh brother. Go and die, the manic giant. Poison howled as he stared at the stronger looking scaled undying. Rumble. 72 huge vines, covered in gold membrane, shot through 1,000 kilometers, all aiming towards that undying kill. Taiwa was engaged in battle with that intrepid scaled undying too. Madness. The battle had reached its climax in an instant. Fu Wei-san, this little punk is stronger than before. The stronger looking scaled undying suddenly brandished a 3 m long flame red blade as he spoke. I'll handle the human undying, you settle that, chemist. All children kill the human sector lords. A 100 m long chain appeared in his hands as flames burned about it. That chain was like a black fire dragon dancing in space. Understood, the other undying laughed. Kill. Kill. The manic little sector lord scaled beings all wielded their weapons and clashed with the humans. The most intense battle was without doubt Poison against the stronger looking scaled undying Tualu. Rumble. 72 gold vines madly rushed at Tualu. The surrounding space was torn apart, but Tualu maintained his manic laughter. He instantly unleashed his law domain, causing countless flames to fill the area. They burned the vines, and even Poison himself. Go and die, Poison held, bearing with the flames. Haha, little punk, you think you can use the plant life form to kill me at sector lord level? Tualu smiled manically. The scales on his face shifted as he attacked the vines about him ferociously. The fiery blade kept flashing. Almost like a huge fire wheel, it knocked away the large amounts of vines around, even knocking away the gold membrane and slashing through one of the vines. Some of the gold membranes that were torn apart quickly regrew new ones. Under the attack of the huge fire wheel, the many gold membranes began to dissipate and the vines were being cut. Howl, the dark green vine, let out a painful thought. Mo, give it your all. Even if we die, we have to kill him, kill him. Poison's expression was manic. The plant life form was extremely loyal. The moment it recognized its owner, it would die along with him. Since the owner was giving his all, this plant would naturally not hesitate. Rumble. Gold membrane vines pierced through the space and wrapped about Tualu. There were vines being cut all around, however they would join with the broken pieces. Its regenerative speed was quite fast, however, every time it got cut. The damage to the plant was huge. Imo poison held. Powerless. He could feel against this ugly scaled undying, he was disadvantaged. I'm still not strong enough even though I've successfully killed an undying. Before, that was one that used a large hammer, he had no way to cut Imo. He was finally worn out by Imo poison, teared as he stared hard at the enemy. Roaring within, seventh brother, I will definitely kill him. Definitely. Poison's battle was very intense, however the other old members were just as fatigued. Every one of them had 2-3 sector lords attacking them. These beings were bloodthirsty and intrepid. Maybe alone they were no match for the humans, but with 2 to 3 of them together, it wore out the members. Illusions have little effect on them, Demon Lady said anxiously. Hammer wielded a shield and large hammer, protecting her beside him. These flesh-eating freaks, their home is filled with massacre. They've been killing since young and have grown up in such an atmosphere. They've long become used to such a demeanor. It's in their bones. Hypnotizing them is hard. We can only kill. I've killed one. Mad Wu was in a dangerous place too. He was being attacked by 4 of them at a time. Harming them is useless, Rock said urgently. Damaging them is useless. Rock, if you don't destroy their life core, even if their bodies explode, they can reform. The moment you pierce their bodies, you have to destroy their life core, God said anxiously. The battle reached a crazy level. Madman. Madman, help. Madman, hurry, Poison is risking his life, he's in the most danger. The Captain Taiwo was extremely urgent. Luo Feng gazed about after killing 2 sector lords. The gold Nanshan blade instantly became a splendid gold light and tore through space before vanishing. The gold light appeared and pierced through a sector lord scaled being's chest, destroying its energy crystal. Rumble, large amounts of items poured out. Shwa, the gold light flashed again, and another scaled being stared wide-eyed. With its mouth opened wide, revealing cold fangs, its gaze dimming. Shwa 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 shwa. Luo Feng used his strength. Even though he hadn't unleashed much, it was still akin to a normal undying strength. The Nanshan gold blade that could pass through the slits of space, killed at a shocking speed. 10 sector lord scaled beings were instantly killed within 3 seconds. The many scaled bodies floated in space, their internal worlds collapsed, and countless items filled the area. Madman sure is powerful. Powerful. The other sector lord members couldn't help but get shocked. It was actually not that easy for an undying to massacre so many sector lords in the battle. Field 1 had to see the type. If a fighter undying wanted to kill 10 sector lords, it would be a troublesome thing, and Luo Feng, however, used the Nanshan blade that was proficient in chasing down and killing others. What the intrepid, scaled undying stuck with Taiwa, Fu Wei-san, was shocked to see the distant black armored human, Nanshan armament, 9th form. Fu Wei-san, there's one in the team akin to an undying. The other scaled undying Tualu was shocked too. What do we do? Retreat, Fu Wei-san ordered. The tables had turned. The humans now had 3 undying strengths. They only had 2. And the human side had the other sector lords. While they wouldn't be able to kill them, they could weaken and affect them. You can't run. Luo Feng had just killed 10 sector lord scaled beings in one breath. He immediately controlled the gold blade to rush at the scaled undying Tualu that was fighting the dark green vines. Xiao. The gold blade vanished and appeared 300 m away, and them immediately 2 m behind. Tua Lu. Pu Chi. It instantly pierced at his armor. The armor however blocked it. The powerful force within the Nanshan gold blade caused a huge vibration within his body. His 2 blades were affected and the dark green vines immediately rushed in, wrapping around the undying Tua Lu. An undying's defense, sure, is strong. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed in the distance. Looks like the first level of the 9th form doesn't have much effect. The Nanshan armament's 9th form, a match against undying, could actually be split into 3 levels. Its power, too, could be split into passing the heavenly bridge's 13th, 14th, and 15th level, of which the first level, when unleashed, would vanish, occasionally able to travel through the slits of space and reappear. The distance it could do so was short, only a few hundred meters. The travel distance was very short, hence the attack power was only average, at most harming a normal undying. Normally unleashing the first level was enough to affect an undying, causing him to be unable to chase back. One would be able to survive against an undying. The second level had a huge increase in power. The distance it could vanish for would get even further. Both levels had a weakness, though. When it traveled through the slits of space it would have law ripples. An undying proficient in space law would be able to sense this ripple and easily dodge and defend against it. Only the third level, its power increased by leaps and bounds. Its travel distance would reach over 1,000,000 km, and only then would its travel reach the level of true teleportation, without a sense of space ripple, making it undetectable. Of course it's only the weapon being teleported, and that was obviously much easier than the teleportation of one's body. Even so, it was the maximum power of the Nanshan armament. However, it's obvious that this scaled undying space comprehension is very weak. He cannot seem to detect the space ripples. Luo Feng's gaze flashed coldly. The Nanshan armament cannot harm me. The undying Tua Lu held, beginning to defend against the dark green vines and flee. Xiao. A gold light flashed. It once again pierced at Tua Lu's body. With experience from before, he was filled with confidence. However, after that he felt a terrifying force pass through his body, when it caused his undying body to shake and make it almost crumble, his hands going completely numb. The dark green vines once again wrapped about him. 72 heavily damaged vines shrank swiftly and became the thickness of an arm, wrapping madly about Tua Lu. Tua Lu struggled madly. However, in terms of strength, with the special form of the 72 vines combined, it was much stronger than him. Go and die. Poison immediately went mad as he held the last undying. Died just like that. You are set to die. Ka-cha. Pa. Tua Lu's bones were constricted till they broke apart, after which large amount undying energy exploded from within the 72 vines. However, had formed a dark green cage covered in gold light, without a single slit. It completely trapped his undying energy within. If he had reached the level of undying body, he could have disintegrated and slipped out. However, he hadn't reached that level. If the damage was too severe and his spirit imprint was destroyed, that would be the end. Hell, pain and rage rang from within the dark green cage, dissipating after a while. The undying Tua Lu had fallen. Seventh brother Poison raised his head and held. His throat had gone completely hoarse as tears flowed down his eyes. He knelt before the dark Green vines. After holding the hatred for over 3,000 years, he had studied on raising his potion strength madly, dreaming of the day he could take his revenge poison. Had always thought if his seventh brother hadn't gone to distract the enemy back, then he could have totally escaped. However, to save poison, he went to block the scaled undying Tualu, thereby sacrificing his life. I've succeeded, seventh brother, I did it, I'll kill that flesh-eating freak. Poison shouted within. Over the 3,000 years, he laughed and cursed on the surface, but that hatred had always remained within. This grudge was settled. There's another one. Poison turned fiercely and stared at the distant Taiwa, fighting against the scaled undying Fu Wei San. Go and die. Poison controlled his plant life form, and immediately 72 vines swiftly shot towards him. It wasn't just him. Luo Feng had already controlled his Nanshan armament to head towards the last enemy, the strongest of the Qiushi group. Die. You can't escape. Die. The illusionist's Wei and Demon Lady, along with the spirit reader Mad Wu and God etc., all used their soul attacks and illusions, along with spirit weapons. And so on. They didn't aim to actually damage him, but as long as they could affect him in the slightest, it would allow Taiwa to gain the advantage. Tualu is dead. Fu Wei San noticed his partner's death and glanced at Luo Feng and Poison, who were rushing over. He was shocked within. Those two sector lords are very powerful. The moment they combined forces with this human undying, I'll be in trouble. I may even fall here. I can't care about anything else. The scaled undying Fu Wei San wanted to flee without getting injured, however, with Taiwa holding him back now, and Luo Feng and Poison rushing over. Yaya, he roared manically, the flaming black chain on his body instantly vanished, and he used his two claws to smash directly at Taiwa's fists. Swell. His two claws immediately glowed a glaring fiery red. One had to know that an undying's body was formed from countless amounts of undying energy, condensed together. The moment one became undying, his body could easily become endless undying energy, and vice versa. Of course he had to maintain the spirit imprint for it to be complete. Fu Wei San instantly gave up both his arms, placing about 10 of the energy he had accumulated over countless years into them. It may seem like a small 10. However, every part of an undying's body was filled with their spirit imprint. Hence, while exploding, it would give up part of their spirit imprint too. He didn't have an undying body yet. That was something that allowed regeneration. So long as there was a single cell available, he wasn't at that level. Hence blowing up 10 of his body was already his limit. Rumble. The powerful explosion hit Taiwa and knocked him far away. The surrounding space exploded open with a large ravine opening from the tears. Countless space fragments flowed madly throughout and rippled in all directions, even the distant floating scaled sector Lord Warrior corpses. Large amount of items were instantly destroyed from the ripples. Rumble. Fu Wei San used his undying armor to withstand the explosion and used its force to propel him away as he swiftly escaped. So he instantly flew over 100,000 kilometers away. As he escaped, the large amount of items about were knocked astray. No one would have discovered that among the countless items, there was a seemingly normal black space ring. Bastard, he got away. Poison gritted his teeth. He sure fled real fast. Luo Feng gazed at the opponent that was already a million km away, flying close to light speed. When an undying truly wanted to flee, and there was distance, unless one had teleportation, Otherwise even an emperor-level undying wouldn't be able to chase. Let's go. The commotion was too huge. If time drags on, there will definitely be many other race warriors rushing over. Taiwo ordered, hurry and collect the spoils. The Sector Lord elite team swiftly collected the goods, sat in the C9 ship and left shattered star space. The C9 grade ship was progressing, heading to their base. So close, just a little more, and we would have killed the other undying flesh. Eating freak Poison had regained his normal form, his eyes filled with mad excitement. Alright, it's already not bad to force that punk to sacrifice 10 of his undying body. That's already a huge cost. Taiwo laughed. Even after 100,000 to 1 million years, he won't be able to regain the spirit imprint. What's going on? Rock asked curiously. Their race can self-destruct without any consequences. How can him exploding 10 of his undying body have such a high cost? Their explosions only explodes the body, later, returning it to undying energy, Taiwo explained, and this undying energy holds energy, and their spirit imprint, it's the foundation of an undying. With the energy gathered together, it can form an undying body. However, the moment one self-destructs, it blows up even the undying energy, with no remains at all, becoming the most basic particle flow. Taiwo laughed, hence its power is huge. This is also why the explosion wouldn't be huge. Self-destructing, however, creates a huge explosion. Taiwo said that undying energy holds his spirit imprint. If he only lost a little, it can easily regenerate. However, losing 10 at one go equates to losing 10 of his soul. Even though the imprint is still whole, his strength and abilities, etc., will all suffer a huge loss. It would take a very long time to recover. Of course, if he had reached the level of undying body, even after the explosion, and the undying energy begins to crumble, the spirit imprint collapsing, as long as one fragment remains, he would be able to instantly absorb the countless broken fragments of energy and regain his complete undying body. Taiwo said, once one reaches that level, he would be very hard to kill. Not just 10, even if he loses 99.99 of his body, as long as there's a fragment, he can completely recover and instantly. Rock nodded. Let's toast. For seventh brother, for the many lost comrades over the years. Cheers. Cheers. Taiwo, Poison, and the others all lifted their glasses. Even though Luo Feng and Rock were new recruits, they could feel how emotional they were. From the day I entered the Outer Region Wars, death has always been beside me. I've been here for over 30,000 years. During this period, from Sector Lord to Undying, the many life and death partners, big brother, third brother, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and ninth, they've all died. Taiwo looked at Poison beside him. Poison took a deep breath too. Back then, Taiwo was number 2. Poison joined the team later on too, and had always been taken care of by seventh brother. He enjoyed the company of the childlike adorable Poison. The old comrades go, and new ones come, Taiwo exclaimed. We all have our own targets. Our team's second fool completed his target and retired. I'll probably retire in another 20,000 years too. Let's wish that the brothers and sisters here will live until they retire. The group raised their glasses. Living till retirement. They toasted. The group of old members had already completed their most basic quotas. They were all free. However, they didn't want to return to living normal lives, as They had their own goals, hence, they wanted to acquire large amount of contribution points to exchange for treasures. One had to know that 100,000 contribution points could exchange for one mixed element, and that allowed them to get treasure from the army system. Accumulating 1 billion points was 10,000 mixed elements. That was already the wealth of a normal undying. Within humanity's territories, these sector lord generals, even after risking it all for 1,000 eras, they probably wouldn't even earn 10,000 mixed elements. Unless they had special encounters. And in the outer region wars, as long as they could survive for a few tens of thousands of years, accumulating 10,000 mixed elements was very easy. Of course, the prerequisite was surviving for tens of thousands of years. Poison, your grudge has been settled, you can drink less from now on, Taiwa said softly. Poison nodded. Poison walked to Luo Feng and looked up at him, his eyes gleaming with gratitude. Madman, thanks. Luo Feng smiled. At this time, within the spirit reader Mad Wu's space ring with all the goods from the battle, there was a blur of items within of which there was a very normal black space ring. Amongst the many items in there was a level 5 spirit weapon. The living ship carefully flew within shattered stars. Bastards, despicable humans, bastards, the scaled undying Fu Wei San held in the control room. He was madly sweeping his wine and other items about. Paw breaking sounds and curses were spewed about, reverberating throughout the room. After a while, he stopped. His claws had already returned to normal. His eyes filled with madness. 10 of my soul, this will make my space law comprehension slow down so much. Despicable humans, I will definitely kill you. I bet you didn't even notice amongst the countless items floating in space. There's a normal space ring, and within that space ring there's a weapon. His eyes gleamed with ferocity. That weapon is my marker item. I've hidden my spirit imprint on it. No matter how far away it is, I can feel it. And through it, I can naturally determine your locations at any time. His eyes were filled with hatred. An undying was able to use his god country teleportation at any time as long as there was a marker, which was actually an undying crystal. Undying energy was filled with their spirit imprint. It could be a plant life form or even a specially made marker, like the one the primal Chaos City leader gave to Luo Feng. With some of the undying spirit imprint within the item, no matter how far away, whether it was in an internal world, god country, etc., he could still feel it. No. I cannot waste time. These despicable humans may have already discovered its secret. Even though the chances of that happening are low, I cannot afford the chance. I have to take revenge and kill them. Fu Wei San gritted his teeth. I have to immediately contact the other undying allies and partners and settle them together. Who should I look for? Fu Wei San sat in the living ship, his claws tapping the armrest as it scratched. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed. Right, my fellow clansman Lakia, he should be here in Shattered Stars too. I'll look for him. He immediately used his consciousness to contact his clansman via his quantum computer. He cursed. The demon race is one of the pinnacle races of the universe. However, in terms of communication, it's far inferior to the humans and automaton especially. The humans, I heard they can enter a virtual universe from anywhere in the vast universe, and it can do 100 simulation, almost like reality. I'm so envious. I'm a great undying, and yet I've never had such an opportunity. Consciousness simulation technology was advanced a long time ago. These other race undyings normally had such chances to enter the virtual universe, however their areas were usually extremely limited, like how Earth had the virtual world war god shrine, which only spread over Earth. These other races had their own virtual worlds that probably covered one galaxy. It wasn't even close to the size of humanity's virtual universe. And its messaging system was even worse. The universe was too huge. This was a hard problem to solve. Even within the demon race territories, it could at most do consciousness conversations within a universe country area, almost like making a call on Earth. It can only hold a conversation and not actually see the other party. And it had to be within the area, the demon race area. If it was outside their territory, there was no way to communicate. Of course, as the outer region battlefields were a special place, communication devices were erected throughout, thus the leading allies and races could use these to communicate, and only have conversations. The universe was vast, communication was a huge problem. Even amongst the many pinnacle races, only the humans and automatons could actually communicate at any spot in the universe. The automaton virtual world normally only covered one universe country size. The entire automaton territory had hundreds of them, every one with their own virtual world. The moment they left their territories, even though they could communicate it in other places, it was like making long-distance calls, very simple. Only the humans. They had the virtual universe, which was a legendary existence. It could simulate any universe laws, even the fusion laws. It spread throughout everywhere, even to another universe. The primal universe was within its boundaries. Using the virtual universe, humanity's strength could combine together, conquering a whole territory and becoming a pinnacle race. Thus wasn't so strange. Amongst the countless shattered fragments in the area, within a particular shattered fragment, a scaled undying was sipping his wine and enjoying, while his underling sector lords were singing praises and flattery of him. Great Lakia, you are the greatest leader of our West Mountain area. Only you can become its greatest leader. Lakia. The scaled sector lords all cheered. And the powerful scaled undying was enjoying the flattery. Suddenly he raised his hand, and all the sector lords immediately went silent. The punk Fu Wei-san is actually looking for me. His eyes gleamed with villainy. His ugly claw grabbed the wine glass, and he sipped from it. Except Lakia. Fu Wei-san, it's rare for you to find me. What's the matter? Ah, you must. No, I'm very busy now exploring shatter stars. I may encounter a battle anytime. I have no time to be distracted by you. Get to the point, otherwise I may get into a battle anytime and break the call. Then you can't blame me. Lakia said. Tualu is dead. Lakia, who initially wanted to have some fun with his partner, was shocked. His expression changed. The Chosha race was a bloodthirsty race. Every one of them grew up amidst massacre with intense competition. Only the victor could stand above the countless piles of corpses. However, whenever there were external pressures, the entire race would be incredibly united, all working together. How did he die? Lakia said seriously. The two chatted through the communication device. He was killed by humans, Fu Wei-san said. Fu Wei-san, are you stupid? This is the Outer Region Wars. The four pinnacle races have many subservient races, and countless warriors, killing in all directions. Tualu being killed by humans is a very normal thing over a Trillion years, who knows how many of our warriors have fallen, Lakya said. I want to kill that human team, Fu Wei-san said. Revenge, Lakya was suspicious. Can you determine their location? Yes, when they collected the goods from the battle, I tossed out a space ring. That space ring has always been my trap for whenever I need to take revenge. The spirit imprint on that ring is that of one of my sector lords, and there are large amounts of items within, of which one weapon seems to give off sector lord energy, but in its inner core I've hidden my marker and my spirit imprint unless they have an official level or emperor level undying to scan through the items and find the weakest signals within, otherwise they'd never know what I left them. You sure are crafty. They killed my brother and underlings. I definitely have to take my revenge. You should know that during battle, the humans activate their scanning devices and the virtual universe network broadcast to determine their contribution points. These two together would discover the extra space ring. Amidst the countless others floating in space, that's a suspicious point. Relax, I naturally won't commit such a stupid mistake, Fu Wei-san said. Confidently, I was using my strongest attack against their undying back then, tearing through space and destroying a large amount of the items, among which some space rings broke and produced large amounts of items from them to take. I took the chance to toss out this ring even if their scanning devices and broadcast detected it, it wouldn't be suspicious at all. You sure are crafty, Lakya admitted. There was indeed no loophole in his plan. What's the human strength, Lakya asked. Their team has 1 undying and 9 sector lords, Fu Wei-san said, of which 2 sector lords are extremely powerful, akin to undyings. 1 is a chemist, and other is a spirit reader with the Nanshan armament. The 2 of them combined easily killed Tualu. 3 undying strength. Lakya was shocked, quickly asking, all normal level undying fighting strength? Yes, do you think I could survive if they were stronger? Fu Wei-san said. Undyings were split into generals, official level and emperor level. Even the lowest level generals had their difference in strength. The weakest were those that could pass the 10th level of the heavenly bridge. The strongest could pass the 14th. The moment they passed the 15th, that would be the official level of strength. From the 10th to 14th, they were all general level. Of course the difference within was still huge. Undying generals were also called normal undyings. In the battlefield they were naturally split into normal undying, low, mid, and pinnacle. That's still okay. However, even the normal level undying, there's 3 of them. The 2 of us together would still have no hope. Lakya shook his head. Relax, I won't send you to your death. Since I've set this up, I want to act only with full guarantee. Lakya, you are just one of the members I've invited. I heard that you are close to the demon clan's majesty Meng Wei Na. Fu Wei-san said excitedly, as long as he can come along with us, even if we don't invite the other allies, just him alone would be able to destroy the human team. His Majesty Meng Wei Na. Lakya was shocked. Even though their communication system was inferior, their strengths were powerful. In terms of numbers, they didn't lose to the humans. In terms of intelligence, the weakest demons were akin to the normal humans. And their natural talents were much stronger than humans, hence, their sector lords and undyings, etc. They could completely suppress the humans. However, the upper echelon of humanity was very powerful, plus they had the virtual universe to assist in a true universe battle. They had never been suppressed by the demon clan. The 2 pinnacle races had been fighting for countless years. The demon clan was different from humanity. The demon clan favored bloodline, just like the space beast bloodline. They had a definite higher or lower level. Their emphasis on the bloodline was very strong, hence, they had a large number of empires, of which some of them had countless races that could have emperors or kings, distinguishing between their bloodlines. As long as one had emperors and kings, they would be called majesties. The Chiosha race etc. were subservient races. Towards the demon clan, they were very respectful. Just like how the Gold Horn race and many other subservient races respected humans. His Majesty Meng Wei Nan is one of the members of the 10,000 Hidden Snakes Empire. You want to invite him? Lakya was still hesitant. His Majesty's normal state is that of a higher normal undying. However, once he unleashes his talents, his battle strength rises close to an official level. Undying Fu Wei-san said, he can beat anyone below official level with him. There, we'll have a full guarantee. I can help you ask, but I can't promise anything, Lakya said. Give me his number. Once you let him know that I am looking for him, I'll then try to contact him. I have a full guarantee of getting him to help, Fu Wei-san said. Full guarantee? Lakya was shocked. You'll know soon enough, Fu Wei-san said confidently. When the Chiosha undying Fu Wei-san had contacted Lakya, Luo Feng and his team was on the way back to their base within the C-9 ship's resting quarters. Everybody split the goods. We got rid of 20 sector lords, and one undying this time. There's plenty of goods. That fallen undying must have many treasures within his world ring. Haha, Taiwa laughed, ordering simultaneously, Mad Wu, you are in charge of checking whether any of the goods have any hidden spirit imprint of the undying that escaped. I'll check. Mad Wu took the 6 world rings and checked through each of them. Actually, whenever there were goods from a battle that involved an undying that escaped, they had to check. The scanning devices were used to check on the battlefield. The goods had to be checked again. Hence the chances of falling for a trap was very low. However, no matter how well one's defenses were, as long as an undying purposely intended to set the trap, one would definitely fall for it. Like if one of the sector lords in Tai Wa's team had a huge background and he had an item from his teacher, the moment he died, Taiwa wouldn't be able to recognize the item either. However, the outer region wars were filled with dangers. There were many that fell, very few that tried to take revenge. Hence, the warriors on the battlefield didn't care too much. No problem, Mad Wu laughed. Good, then let's split the goods, Taiwa said. This time, Madman and Poison did the most work. Poison even used a valuable potion. You two can pick first. Without Madman, I wouldn't have been able to kill that flesh-eating freak. Madman, you can go first. You go ahead. Luo Feng sat in the sofa and lifted a wine glass, casually. After splitting the goods, Luo Feng and the others took the C9 chip all the way back to their base, returning to rest within their base. The members all reflected on the battle and used that experience to train and strengthen themselves. Shatter stars, within one particular fragment. The scaled undying Fu Wei-san stood alone within, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. You made me lose 10 of my soul, despicable humans. I'll make you regret it. What's up with Lakya? I've already returned to the base, and he still hasn't contacted His Majesty Meng Wei Na. Fu Wei-san was very anxious. As a subservient race, the Chiosha race was naturally far below the demon race. Even with the same level of strength, the Qiushi race still had to be very respectful of the demon race warriors. What's more, Meng Wei Na was from an empire, and he was stronger than him. Even though he really wanted to kill the human team, he didn't dare go bother him. Call, Fu Wei-san revealed a feigned smile. Finally a call had come. Lakia, I've waited so long for you to finally contact me, Fu Wei-san said. Happily. Humph, among the empires and the demon clan, the 10,000 Hidden Snake clan is renowned to be ruthless, even though I have some interaction with His Majesty. Meng Wei Na, calling him randomly would enrage him, hence, I had to detour a little just now. He agreed to accept your call, Lakia said. This is his number. Fu Wei-san was extremely happy on acquiring the number. I'll contact you once I've successfully got him on board, Fu Wei-san said. If His Majesty agrees, I'll definitely come along, Lakia said. Then just wait for my good news. Pa. Fu Wei-san cut off the call and pondered for a bit, saying softly, the news I heard before should be right. If I'm not wrong, then I'll have a 100 guarantee of getting His Majesty on board, after which he dialed the number and awaited the answer. In an instant. Who's this? A hoarse, powerful voice resounded, almost like within a deep valley. This voice resounded straight within Fu Wei-san's mind. It made Fu Wei-san to be able to help but think. The demon clan can at most communicate verbally, but their level of communication can actually emulate normal speaking voices. In terms of technology, it's much better than our Qiushi race. The moment there's a bit of distance, we'd have to take a ship to pass on the news. Great Majesty Meng Wei Na, I am from the Qiushi race, Fu Wei-san, he said. I believe Lakia has already introduced me. Fu Wei-san, you wish for me to come help you kill the humans? A thick voice resounded. Yes, Fu Wei-san said. Countless warriors fall in the outer region wars. Are we to take revenge for every one of them? Would that still be a war? The thick voice was somewhat enraged. Speak, tell me your reasons. Your Majesty Meng Wei Na, Fu Wei-san said respectfully, I believe my clansman Lake, you didn't introduce the human team to you properly, otherwise you wouldn't be angry. In fact, you'd be happy. The thick voice responded, speak. That human team has an undying and 9 sector lords, of which 2 of the 9 have strengths akin to a normal undying, Fu Wei-san explained. 2 human sector lords with undying strength. The thick voice seemed urgent. Yes, Your Majesty. The scales on Fu Wei-san's face creased as he smiled. Satisfied, looks like the news he heard was right. Tell me about these 2 sector lords, the thick voice ordered. Among these 2 humans, one is a chemist. He's nurtured a sector lord plant life form, using his potions to make it have undying strength. The other is a spirit reader that uses the Nanshan armament. He can actually unleash the 9th form a match against undying, heavily injuring us, Fu Wei-san said. Good, very good. The thick voice seemed excited. Fu Wei-san, from the Qiushi clan, from now on, you have become my friend. Of course you cannot lie to me. Definitely not, Fu Wei-san said. I heard from Lakia that you can determine their location, the thick voice questioned. Fu Wei-san explained in detail about his guaranteed safe trap. After everything, he said, even now I can clearly feel their location. Where are they? Their exact universe marker location is, Fu Wei-san explained. Actually, once the marker was too far away, even though an undying would be able to roughly feel its location, they wouldn't be able to tell the exact Coordinates, however, shattered stars had a diameter of 0.8 light-years, and Emperor-level undying with teleportation could easily travel end to end. The distance was simply too short. Luo Feng and his team's base wasn't even 0.1 light-years away from Fu Wei-san. Thus he could clearly feel their location and determine their coordinates. That's within shattered stars, there are many human powers gathered within. The thick voice said, "We cannot risk entering." Ah, Fu Wei-san was stunned. "Your Majesty, as long as we are careful." "No." The thick voice said, "We have to wait until they leave the area of the humans, only then can we make our move." Fu Wei-san could only reply, "Yes." Pa. The call was cut off. Within the dark fragment, Fu Wei-san sat, cross-legged. He used his claws to scratch the rocks below, while roaring, "The 10,000 hidden snakes clan is ruthless yet careful. The rumors sure were right indeed. Looks like we can only wait. I believe they'll leave their nest quickly. At least I succeeded in getting this demon on board." The news I heard was right. Amongst the demons, killing genius humans had extra rewards. Fu Wei-san was very proud. The overall talent of humans was weaker than the demons. Hence, it was extremely rare for a human sector lord to have the power of an undying, and it was so few that within the 7th battlefield's entire 26 camp, one could easily count them with one hand, and their enemy, the demon race, had special rewards for their warriors when they killed human geniuses. The 10,000 Hidden Snakes clan was simply one of the empires. There were many more powerful ones above them. Hence, Meng Wei Na, as a relatively normal undying within the clan with not many resources, would get so excited about the reward of killing 2 human geniuses. Under his orders, the Qiaosha race's 2 undyings, Laikia and Fu Wei-san, headed to a gathering spot. The 3 of them gathered. They stuck together and awaited the human sector lord team to come out. The moment they left the area of where many of the human forces had gathered, they could make their move. "It's been 8 days already, why aren't they coming out?" "Fu Wei-san, are you sure your item hasn't been found? They may have purposely left it there." "Relax, it definitely wouldn't be found. My item was hidden within the slits of a weapon. Unless they destroyed the weapon, could it be that they madly destroyed all weapons?" "Be quiet and wait." The undying team were like hunters, patiently waiting for the chance to arrive. Shattered stars, within Luo Feng's team base. "We've rested for 15 days this time. This is 5 days more than the previous time. I'm sure everybody's well rested." Taiwa smiled. The tall and sturdy Mother Flame Racehammer said with his thick voice, "My hammer is already starving." "I still lack a lot of points," the illusionist Wei said, rubbing the cat on his stomach. The members all got up. After resting for so long, they were ready for battle. "It's been half a year. I've got a good grasp of the outer region wars already." Luo Feng thought, "Should I follow this team? For long accumulating points with them is simply too slow. If I went out alone, I could totally go hunt undyings, and some even more powerful undyings. However, before the 1 billion points are accumulated, I'm not free and have to follow the army's arrangements." Luo Feng pondered. "Haha, we managed to kill an undying the last time. I hope this time we can get a similarly huge reward." Taiwa's eyes gleamed as he ordered, "Let's go." So. All the members swiftly followed the deep pathways out and flew into space. After which they took their C9 ship and once again began their journey of massacre. The human sector lord team has departed the scaled undying Fu Wei Sand. Shouted excitedly. Ah. The 2m tall snake head demon with a human body with silver skin sitting in the alloy chair looked over. Beside him were 2 other chairs, and in one of them sat a scaled man with a dragon head and the other, a lady with a mouse head. Yes, Your Majesty, Meng Wei Na Fu Wei San said. They just left. It should take them a day to leave the human area. Another scaled undying that was slightly bigger Lakia said beside him, don't be anxious, it's still early. Fu Wei San immediately shouted, if we leave now and fly in their direction, it would still take 2 days for us to meet them. Leaving now wouldn't be too early. Let's head out. The snake-head man stood up. Beside him the dragon head and mouse head lady stood up simultaneously. These 3 looked like they were made from alloys, somewhat similar to the liquid silver guards Luo Feng used back then, totally unlike real-life forms. So. The 5 silhouettes flew out of the dark pathway and into space. The leading snake-head man waved his hand and a living ship, with a diameter of 100 m, appeared. A cabin door opened on its body. I really envy you. The snake-head man looked down at the 2 Qiushi undyings Fu Wei San and Lakia, exclaiming, even though your bodies are small, it allows you to easily take any ship. Our demon race, especially the strong ones, find it extremely hard to take a ship. Take me for instance, just to fit my body alone, I require an interstellar battleship. The dragon head man nodded. To store my actual body is the same, it's not just the size of the ship, even the cabin door has to be huge, otherwise I'd be stuck and wouldn't be able to get out. There are always pros and cons, the mouse head lady said beside him. The 2 Qiushi undyings cursed within as they heard. Fu Wei San was jealous. It's a natural gift to be so big and strong, and it's just a simple matter of not being able to fit into a ship. I would like to have such size and power. 2. It's just the size problem. Simply relying on a puppet body would allow them to board. No. Right, the 3 beast head demons were using puppet bodies, somewhat similar to the automaton puppets. Their bodies were simply too huge, unable to fit in any ships, hence, they could only hide their bodies in their world rings, allowing their puppet bodies to carry the rings in the ship. The moment there was danger, they could rush out from the rings at any time. As for the puppet bodies, they were very popular within the demon race, controllable via one's consciousness. They were made of alloys. Using a thread of consciousness to control them, one could fully mobilize them. Hiding their true bodies in the world ring, they could come out any time, and these were the weak and small world rings. Even in any dangerous situations, they could use their strengths to break out of the world ring. In all, the puppets carried their true bodies in the world rings, and this was very safe and mainstream amongst the demons in the universe that needed to take ships. They had thought of ways to curb the dangers. Of course, only the demon race could afford such things. World rings were, after all, very expensive. I really envy the races with powerful bodies. Our bodies are so small, even our undying bodies are so small, Fu Wei San exclaimed within. If I had the powerful body of one from the 10,000 Hidden Snakes clan Lake, Yo was envious too. The larger the body, the moment one breaks through to undying, the bigger the advantage would be. The instant one breaks through to undying, it would connect to the universe energy and law source. At that time, endless amounts of energy would instantly be provided to transform the Sector Lord body to an undying everybody only. Got such a free transfer once in their life. Some life forms were only 1 or 2 meters tall. How much energy would they absorb from breaking through? While some were 1 to 2 kilometers long, the amount of energy required was much more shocking. The space beast, reaching up to 1,000s of km, the amount they required was heavenly in terms of attack. Their strength may only be 10 times more. However, the amount of undying energy stored within was much more. The demon-clanned Meng Wei Na led the undying team in the living ship, swiftly heading towards the Sector Lord team. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Within the control room of the living ship, the 3 demon puppets sat in the alloy chairs. Your Majesty Meng Wei Na, in about 3 minutes, we will meet with the ship. Fu Wei San said respectfully using demon race language. The human Sector Lord team has a lousy scanning device, it cannot even match the one I use, much less your Majesties. They definitely won't be able to detect us. The snakehead Meng Wei Na nodded and laughed. Very good, when they discover us, it would be too late to flee. Long Tu Meng Wei Na looked at his 2 underlings. Later on, you and the 2 Qiushi race will swiftly separate and surround them no matter what. Don't let any one of them escape. Understood. The dragon head demon and mouse head demon replied they only followed because Meng Wei Na was stronger than them. However, they didn't need to be too respectful. They were after all members of the demon race too. In terms of the status, Long Tu wasn't any lower than Meng Wei Na. Making contact in 60 seconds, 59, 58, 57, 56. Fu Wei San suddenly shouted. Fu Wei San, Lakia, I'll let you destroy their ship, Meng Wei Na ordered. Yes. Fu Wei San and Lakia responded respectfully. Humans. Meng Na Wei's puppet eyes were gleaming with excitement. About 10 million kilometers away from the living ship, a C-9 ship flew within its resting quarters. The group were laughing and chatting. Luo Feng, however, sat in the corner of his sofa. 3 demon race puppets, 2 undyings from the Qiushi race. Long when the other ship was 1 billion kilometers away, his scanning device had detected them. In terms of value, his scanning device was simply far beyond that of his Majesty Meng Na Wei's. Looks like their target is our team, seeing the way they are heading straight for us. That undying that fled before actually dared to come back. Looks like he has some sort of guarantee and has brought some powerful help. Luo Feng squinted his eyes. 3 demon puppet bodies. Normally, they have human bodies and demon heads. Hee. Even in their dreams, they want to be above us. Looking at how respectful the 2 Qiushi undyings are, those 3 demons should be undyings too. 5 undyings. No wonder they are so confident, Luo Feng thought, just relying on Captain Taiwa and Poison along with the others, they definitely wouldn't be able to deal with it. I need to do something. I haven't got the chance to kill an undying since coming to the outer region wars. The last time Poison killed that Qiushi undying, and that was just a normal undying. Because of my help, I got 10 million contribution points, but Poison got 90 million points, for a total of 100 million points. Luo Feng thought, a stronger undying should probably have more. Killing a Sector Lord alone would at least give 100,000 points and a maximum of 10 million points. Luo Feng knew this long ago. And killing an undying alone had a minimum of 100 million and a maximum of 1 quadrillion. Killing an Emperor Pinnacle The 1 quadrillion points news had long spread throughout the camp. As long as one could kill a pinnacle-level emperor, one would get shocking amount of points, but that was pinnacle-level emperor. That would mean at least fantasy, spirit or bloodthirst emperor level, the renowned undyings of the universe. Killing an official level mostly required an emperor-level strength. Killing a pinnacle emperor level, that was extremely tough. Defeating was easy, capturing was difficult, and killing was the hardest. As for Luo Feng's 10 trillion points quota, he would probably take very long to complete it. However, the basic army quota of 1 billion was very easy. 5 undyings. I wonder if it's enough to accumulate 1 billion points. Luo Feng thought, let's hope all of them are worth 100 million points each. Warning, we've encountered. The ship suddenly rang with an ear-piercing alarm. What? The originally relaxed members all suddenly stood up, armors appearing throughout as they brandished their weapons. Rumble, a powerful force, collided with the ship. Everybody within felt the shockwave after as the resting quarters flew madly about the body of the C9. Ship was destroyed just like tofu. Hua 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 hua. 4 doors opened from the ship as the Sector Lord elite team all rushed out. In twos, the undying Taiwa kept the resting quarters too. In space, Taiwa and the others stood there, looking at the distant 2-scaled undyings. You actually dared to come? Poison stared hard at the distant Fu Wei-san. Of course, he used an ear-piercing voice to speak in human language, the Chiao. Sure. Fu Wei-san smiled. Despicable humans, you made me destroy 10 of my soul. This time, you will all die. Rumble rumble. From the distance, 2 incredibly powerful energies swept past them. It made the originally confident Taiwa, Poison, and the others all change their expressions as they turned to look. 2 enormous beings had appeared. One was a single-horned dragon covered in scales, and the other was one completely covered in sharp spikes, with a flappy membrane over the neck area, and with a mouse head on the top. Although its eyes seemed adorable, but its gaze was filled with bone-chilling killing intent. Demon race. Demon undying. For undyings, Taiwa, Poison, Mad Wu, Wei, Hammer, Tornado, Demon Lady, God, and Rock all went completely pale. Luo Feng's gaze, however, was fixed on the distant snake-head demon puppet. The blooming star-eating plant. It's over. God shuddered. No. Demon Lady stared about. Madman, Poison, Mad Wu, Wei, Hammer, Tornado, Demon Lady, God, Rock, Tai. His eyes were filled with despair as he communicated, this is the flesh eating undying's revenge. He's already seen our strength, hence he definitely got enough backup. We don't have much hope. When I give the order, the moment there's a chance, everybody will disperse and flee. We have 10 of us, with some luck some can still live on. Everybody give it their all. Let's stake it all. Mad Wu gritted his teeth. We have to at least drag one of them down with us. Poison's eyes gleamed with madness. At this time, the Qiushi Fu Wei-san and Laikia had another silhouette fly up. From behind, it was the snake-head puppet. Your Majesty Meng Wei Na. Your Majesty Meng Wei Na. The 2 were very respectful. The scene made everybody about shudder. Within, my God, there was an even stronger opponent. Humans. The snake-head puppet stood before the 2 Qiushi warriors, smiling. As his gaze landed on Luo Feng and Poison, Fu Wei-san had long shown him the images of the 2 of them, hence, he was very clear, and wouldn't care about the other humans, but His Majesty would definitely want to personally kill Poison and Luo Feng. The snake-head puppet spoke with passionate human language. Congratulations. To die under me, Meng Wei Na's hands, it's your honor to see my true form. After which the puppet vanished and a majestic mountain-like snake appeared in space. It was about 200 m thick, with 12 kilometers in length. This was much higher than any peak snake on Earth. It was completely green in color with scales throughout its veins, each with over 1,000 rings. It had 6 wings made from muscles, and it only had one eye that was jet black. Rumble. As this 10,000 hidden snake clan member appeared, an unbelievable chill instantly spread over 10,000 kilometers. Water droplets appeared about within the area, after which, countless flows of water froze into ice, just like an ice domain. Even if Taiwo unleashed his law domains to withstand it, the sector lords would still feel the bone-chilling cold. 5 individuals. Taiwo's eyes were filled with despair. And this one is much stronger than those 4. Poison stared and gritted his teeth. It's really over. Just from a simple energy scan, one could clearly feel the huge disparity between the 10,000 hidden snake member compared to the other 4 undyings. It was simply that much stronger. Give it your all, brothers and sisters. We've lived for thousands of years. We've long anticipated the day we fell. Even if we die, we cannot let them do it easily. Right, kill. Even if we die, we have to drag one down with us. Back then, when 7th brother died, I had thought of the day I would die too. It's finally here. The members, including Captain Taiwo, didn't even think about feelings anymore. Their only thought was to drag a couple of them down with them. Make your move. Meng Wei Na stood up above as his cold gaze swept past the team while he ordered, leave those 2 humans to me. You all can settle the rest. Yes. Rumble. Immediately, the 3 undyings, including Meng Wei Na along with the 2 Chiu Sure undyings, all released their law domains, flashing from all directions towards the humans. Some were cold, while others laughing maniacally. Brothers, kill. Taiwo ordered. Kill. The members all felt despair and roared madly. The 2 sides moved instantly. At this time, an incredibly powerful energy engulfed the area from the human side. It even made Taiwo and the others turn immediately. Even His Majesty Meng Wei Na and the others rushing over were shocked as they felt the rush of power. Whether it was humans, Chiu Shi, or demons, it was hard to believe this scene. A huge water plant-like plant life form floated before Luo Feng. It was completely gold and had thick vines, and there were a total of 100 of them. Bloom. Luo Feng muttered softly. Almost like a little plant growing into a huge monster, this gold plant madly expanded in all directions. Every vine of the star-eating plant grew thicker and thicker. Countless incredibly sharp leaves shot out like teeth, and in an instant, it had become almost like a huge heavenly body. Every vine reached over 100,000 kilometers. The main vines had countless leaves that were used to wrap around and swallow 100 vines. It made the undying star-eating plant to look akin to almost the sun. The completely unleashed star-eating plant floated in space almost like an incredibly lush plant. Only this plant had the size of a sun. The 5 undyings that were rushing at the human team were only a few 10,000 km away. Naturally, they were instantly engulfed by the size of the plant's countless leaves. It was almost like fish struggling in the water against a huge plant, the sun. Like undying star-eating plant, how could they get away from that? My God. My God. This is simply Taiwa and the other members of the human team were completely stunned. Personally seeing a 1m tall, gold plant instantly swell to the size of a star. This terrifying undying energy gave them the chills. An undying plant, this was an undying plant. Plant life, this is an undying plant. Fu Wei-san's eyes were filled with shock. How can there be an undying plant? Every plant life form is incredibly hard to nurture. Even the lowest level have extremely powerful strength. They require countless amounts of treasure and wealth. How can someone in shattered stars have an undying plant? Big trouble. He looked about at the countless leaves that looked like teeth surrounding them. The scaled one-horned dragon along with the spiky mouse demon were all in despair. Their bodies had a length of 8 kilometers and 5 kilometers, compared to humans and the bug clan etc. They were huge, however, compared to the plant life forms. The plant life form was like a star, over 100 vines spreading about, covering an area with a diameter of close to 1 million kilometers. Even a single gold leaf alone was bigger than their bodies. Star-eating plant, an undying star-eating plant, the 10,000 hidden snakes. Meng Wei-na looked around as the large amount of huge gold leaves surrounded him. He was prepared to defend at any time, however he knew about the star-eating plant in front of him, hence, he didn't have any confidence in fleeing. This is the most sturdy offensive plant life form, which is incredibly solid. The moment one is trapped by it, even an official level undying wouldn't be able to flee quickly, much less me. I'll send distress signals, call everyone. We've met a human with an undying 100-vine star-eating plant. Taiwa and the other humans all looked at Luo Feng. The other 5 undyings all saw through the slits of the huge leaves. They knew too that this undying star-eating plant came from that black-armored human. Luo Feng simply complimented softly, the fully bloomed star-eating plant sure is beautiful. Dying from the star-eating plant is your honor, Luo Feng said softly. No. The single-horned dragon, the mouse demon and the 2 Qiushi undyings all howled as they madly struggled and unleashed their undying energies. The large amount of gold leaves that weren't attacking before suddenly became like a man-eating plant, rushing at them. They used tens of spiky teeth like gold leaves to surround each undying, whether it was the huge demon race undying or the Qiushi undyings, they were all completely wrapped up. Chi, they were completely trapped within the gold leaves as they madly struggled. The leaves constricted tighter and tighter. Their bones broke and their muscles tore apart, their bodies crumbling. Altogether, against the large mouths of each gold leaf, they were completely shredded and swallowed. This star-eating plant naturally had the ability to swallow large amounts of plants, metal, rocks etc., even flesh and blood. Hell. Ah. No. Self-destruct, self-destruct. The 4 undyings wrapped within the leaves let out all sorts of noises, too. Undyings chose to self-destruct in despair. Rumble rumble, they only managed to damage a few gold leaves. However, this undying star-eating plant was a huge heavenly body, the size of a star with countless gold leaves. Just like that, the 4 powerful undyings were swallowed whole by the star-eating plant. If there weren't 5 undyings, I wouldn't even have bothered to use the star-eating plant. Using it sure is overkill. Luo Feng looked at the scene and couldn't help but feel shocked. One had to know that this undying star-eating plant was considered pinnacle general level. After taking some strengthening abilities into consideration, even official level undyings wouldn't be able to escape quickly. Being surrounded by countless vines and leaves was indeed a very terrifying thing. Luo Feng, the 4 Undyings have been killed. You received 400 million contribution points. Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. What, only 400 million? Luo Feng couldn't help but feel helpless. Damn. His target was 1 billion contribution points. He had to hit that quota before fulfilling their requirements and setting himself free. This last Mengwei Na demon undying, he must be the leader. He seems much stronger. My undying star-eating plant cannot suppress him in a short amount of time. The other 4 only gave me 100 million points each. This guy should be worth more. Luo Feng glanced over. That 10,000 hidden snakes demon was howling madly as the large amount of water and ice particles surrounded him. He twisted about madly as he attacked with space laws infused within. The large amount of gold leaves were forced aside, unable to suppress him. No. No, he madly struggled within, almost as though he could see his demise. Against the engulfing golden leaves from all directions, Mengwei Na of the 10,000 hidden snakes fought madly to defend himself. Every time his snake tail whipped about, it would be infused with space laws that knocked the surrounding leaves away, even destroying part of it. I can't get away. I can't get away. He was extremely worried, his one eye gleaming with madness. There's no other hope. I can only call for help and hope for the close-by allies to rush over. I have to hold out until they get here. I can do it. Distress signals. There's a human sector lord with an undying star-eating plant. While Mengwei Na was struggling against the undying plant, he was constantly sending out distress signals. Similar to humans, when the demon clan warriors sent out distress signals, it would swiftly be transmitted via their communication systems to the surrounding 10 billion km area. To their allies, 10 billion km was relatively small. With light speed at 300,000 km per second, it would take about half a day for anyone within the 10 billion km away to get here, and Luo Feng and his team were only 2 days out from their base. Half day was only the distance of the diameter, if they were spread out even further. Allies, how many were there? There's a sector lord human with an undying star-eating plant. This news was swiftly spread throughout the groups amongst the demon race. Undying star-eating plant, going there would be suicide. Who'd go? Unlucky fellow. Poor thing. So unlucky. Hee hee, for a human sector lord to have an undying star-eating plant, looks like his background must be huge. Killing him should have extra rewards. It's a pity. You'd have to be extremely powerful to do it. Haha, I won't commit suicide. The large amount of warriors in the demon clan all received the news and simply scoffed at it. There were after all very few in shattered stars that could mess with an undying star-eating plant. However, there were still 7 teams that rushed over in the area. It should be some genius of humanity within the ship. A wolf-head man with a human body smiled. He must have some background to have an undying star-eating plant. However, no matter what, he's still from another race. Haha, the stronger the genius, the more achievement I get when I kill him. The man sat high above. Below him were 8 other demon puppets, and below them were even more demon puppets gathered about respectfully. It was obvious that the close to 100 puppets right below represented the sector lords. The leader of this team was very well known within Shattered Stars. He was called Cocoon Wolf Official, and he was an official level undying Shattered Stars. Even though many warriors had gathered there, there were very few official-level Undyings there also. It was obvious that this official-level Undying was afraid of death, not daring to head out to other dangerous regions, staying within shattered stars, but here this team was considered extremely powerful. In space, within the star-like star-eating plant, the over 10 kilometers long Mengwei Na was struggling hard to break free. Luo Feng gazed at him struggling for 5 seconds and frowned. This is trouble. My undying star-eating plant only has 100 vines, and it's only as strong as a pinnacle-level general. Anything stronger than that 10,000 hidden snakes member will be trouble. Even though I can bind that guy, I cannot kill him within a short amount of time. I need quite some time to grind him to death. No. He will definitely call for help. Once time drags, the nearby warriors of the demon race will rush over even though the chances of those brave enough to face an undying star-eating plant is very low. I cannot take the risk. Luo Feng instantly made his decision. Using the Nanshan armament will be hard for me to kill this undying general. Pinnacle demon. I'll use the soldier armor, Luo Feng thought. A black armor instantly extended about him and formed his helmet along with a complete armor. The armor was streamlined, and the power from this mysterious armor coursed throughout his body, a strength that was total of 1,000 times a normal human sector, Lord Pinnacle, and akin to the body of an official level. Undying coursed through his body. Clang, a silver blade with blood red around its edges appeared in his right hand. In his left, a silver six-edged shield. Kill. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. Xiao. He became a beam of light and rushed straight at Mengwei Na. Madman. Madman is a fighter. That Taiwa and the others had just awoken from the shock of seeing an undying star-eating plant. They were even more shocked as they saw him take on the form of a fighter, with a shield and blade. A sector lord able to use the Nanshan armament to that level. He's actually a fighter. Poison's eyes stared wide-eyed. A fighter. Taiwa communicated seriously, and a very powerful one, even more than his Nanshan armament control. His instantaneous speed earlier was even faster than my full speed. What? The members were all shocked. Countless gold leaves wrapped about as Luo Feng rushed forward. He ordered. Star-eating plant, use your leaves to wrap about. I don't want the captain to see my battle with him. Yes, master. The undying plant sent a thought back right away. Countless gold leaves moved and completely blocked the captain and the others from watching simultaneously. Luo Feng used his scanning device to jam all other signals about. He didn't want them to witness his battle, to prevent more trouble. Xiao. Luo Feng became a black blur and instantly reached Mengwei Na. Human Mengwei Na was happy within. If you didn't have this plant, how could you be my match? Yet now you actually come to me. His terrifying ice aura expanded throughout and large amounts of water droplets moved, freezing occasionally and flowing at other times. The icy energy spread over 10,000 kilometers, and Luo Feng instantly rushed in. His eyes gleamed. La Domain, what a joke. Rumble. He used his world projection, and the space around it instantly warped into an endless vast grassland. Even the La Domain of Mengwei Na crumbled instantly under the pressure. How can this be? His eyes were filled with shock as he let out an ear-piercing scream in demon race language. A world projection actually crushed a La Domain. How powerful was this internal world for it to have such a world projection? Some golden-horned beasts that chose to rely on universe crystals to evolve had internal worlds with diameters of 30 million kilometers at sector Lord Pinnacle. The world projection of such an internal world was completely able to match a law domain. Luo Feng's internal world right now was over 90 million kilometers. In terms of size, it was 27 times bigger. The power of the world projection was much stronger back then when his internal world was 60 million kilometers in diameter. It was already able to suppress a law domain. Now it could completely crush it. I'll settle this fast. Luo Feng was fast as lightning. Hao Meng Wei Na's 6 muscular wings flapped. He rushed forward and opened his mouth, forming a few km wide huge mouth, using his law power to swallow. He caused the surrounding space to warp. This ferocious swallow. Rumble. The surrounding space completely crumbled and countless space fragments were sucked into his mouth. The black-armored Luo Feng that was rushing in could feel the terrifying force as well. Dai Meng Wei Na's eye gleamed with madness. What a joke! Luo Feng squinted his eyes. Rumble. His speed soared as he became a black beam of light and rushed straight at his mouth, waving the blood shadow blade in his hand. The instant he waved it, the surrounding space seemed to be torn apart, almost as if there was a giant splitting it, forming a huge slit without a sound. The blade flashed and slashed over 10,000 kilometers, splitting the space in two. A beautiful flash. It made others shudder. Silence. Meng Wei Na maintained his open mouth-manic position. His eye, however, was filled with fear, after which, his head was sliced right through the middle. And his entire body was split in two, as large amounts of his organs spilled out. He was sliced clean in two. Illusionary 7 blades, Dutchman's pipe. Clang. Luo Feng shook the blade and looked at Meng Wei Na. Split in two. You should be honored to be killed by the Dutchman's pipe. Simultaneously, countless gold leaves wrapped about and instantly held on to the 2 pieces of his body. Even though he was split in two, he still wasn't dead, but the only thing was that moment, his body pieces were wrapped up by the countless gold leaves, with countless teeth like blades chomping down. He didn't have any chance of survival. In the blink of an eye, Meng Wei Na was swallowed by the countless mad gold leaves. Using the soldier armor, I roughly have the strength of an official. My law comprehension level, however, has long reached official level. Luo Feng sighed. Even though I didn't use the beast god presence to unleash the strongest move of the illusionary 7 blades burial, just the Dutchman's pipe alone is at official level already. My world project completely suppressed him. Splitting him in two is only natural. The fully bloomed star-eating plant began to shrink swiftly and become a very small plant, entering through Luo Feng's shoulder. Taiwa and the others were still reeling from this shock. So Luo Feng carried the blood shadow blade on his back and flew back. Looking at the fighter like Luo Feng, the rest of the team couldn't help but shout out in shock, "Madman, you! We'll talk later." That demon Undying definitely called for help. We have to go, Luo Feng said. Let's go. Taiwa finally calmed down. The other members could only hold in all their shock and questions. Immediately flying swiftly into a C9 grade ship, becoming a beam of light and tearing through space. When the 7 elite teams of the demon race had reached the battlefield, all they found were ship remains. The C9 ship was flying at sub-light speed in space, within its resting quarters. The elite team that survived the disaster exchanged glances, occasionally Looking at Luo Feng, he however was chatting with Babata. Babata, how many points did I get? Don't tell me, I haven't hit 1 billion yet. Even though I easily defeated that 10,000 Hidden Snakes member, he's still a Pinnacle General Undying. It would be very hard to kill him without official level strength, Luo Feng said to Babata mentally. Total points, 461 billion, Babata said. Phew. Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. Not bad. The points that 10,000 Hidden Snakes Demon gave was about 1 billion, however, it's still very little. He's already a Pinnacle General Undying, and yet he only gave 1 billion points. Luo Feng, you are free from the army now. Even if you leave the team, you won't be punished by the army, Babata said. The army was very strict, as long as he wasn't free, even if he was the disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader, he couldn't go against the rules. Luo Feng nodded. Right, he was free now. This meant that he could lead the Sector Lord Elite team. Even though he could chat with them in the team, he didn't have a chance to fully unleash his strength. For example, Shattered Star System was simply an area too weak for him. Madman, the Captain Taiwo finally spoke amidst the silence in the resting quarters. Captain Luo Feng looked at him. Taiwo revealed a smile. I didn't expect to have such a level of warrior in my team. The Undying Star-Eating Plant instantly killed the 4 Undyings, and you yourself went to kill that Pinnacle General Undying Demon. I must have been blind all this time. Your strongest moves are that of a fighter, not a spirit reader. It truly makes us regretful. Madman Poison stood in the sofa, looking oddly at him. You are truly absurd, pretending to be a spirit reader, and yet you can already unleash its 9th form. A match against Undying, your true fighter path. Damn, you are only a Sector Lord, and you can kill a Pinnacle General Undying. You are mad. Even the Sector Lord core members of the huge Axe Dojo that I know aren't that strong. Only the true core of the 5 Leviathans would have such power. The Primal Region and Absolute Beginning Region Sector Lord members of the Virtual Universe Company are those that have trained for hundreds of thousands of years. Hence, many have law comprehension akin to official level Undyings. However, they still may not be able to kill a Pinnacle General Undying. Rock spoke. Luo Feng was shocked when he heard that. Glancing over at him, Rock was right. The Sector Lord members of the Absolute Beginning Region and Primal Regions, as long as they become Undying, they would normally at least be official level. For Rock to know this, he must have some background too. To be able to join the Outer Region Wars with you is my honor. Rock looked at Luo Feng. Respect. Madman, against you, I feel inferior. The white-armored god lamented. You are more suited for the title god. Damn. Don't be shameless. The other members all laughed. Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh too. He got along well with these brothers and sisters. Actually, he could see the members could all tell from his strength earlier that even if he wasn't a core genius of the 5 Leviathans, he would be a disciple of some absolute being. However, they didn't want to dig further. My brothers and sisters, Luo Feng looked at the crowd. The group all went silent as they looked at him. My trip here to the Outer Region Wars, other than the quota sent by the army, I still have other missions to accomplish, Luo Feng said. I believe everybody can guess what I'm about to say. 1 billion points is simply nothing to you. Madman Poison nodded. You can't be here simply to finish that 1 billion points, and it's not very Likely you are here for money, because just the nurturing of that undying plant is enough to make even an official level undying bankrupt. Luo Feng smiled and nodded, and when I killed the 5 undyings earlier, I had already collected the 1 billion points. I'm now free from the army. You mean? Taiwo was stunned. You are leaving? Hammer said seriously. Are you leaving? Demon Lady wanted to speak, but said nothing. The group looked at him. Luo Feng nodded. Right, I'm leaving. Taiwo, Hammer, Poison, Tornado, Demon Lady, Wei, Rock, Mad Wu, and God all exchanged glances. Their expressions were complex even though they couldn't bear to lose Luo Feng. They had all guessed such a level of warrior couldn't possibly stay in such a low-level place such as Shattered Stars with them. My apologies, Luo Feng said softly. No need, Taiwo said. If you stay with us, against the weak, it would be a waste of your time. However, against the strong, we would only hold you back. Your decision is right. Haha, no matter what, Poison was once your teammate. Poison laughed. Madman, you've never revealed your true name. Looks like you must have some serious background. Haha, anyway, we all have your contact number in the virtual universe. When you eventually wish to reveal your identity, you'll tell us. Definitely, Luo Feng nodded. Demon Lady looked enchantingly at Luo Feng, shouting gently, Genius, when you become a huge figure, don't forget us. I knew you'd cling to power. The illusionist Wei rubbed the cat on his lap and shot a glance at her. If you were just as strong, I'd do it to you too. She lifted her head, causing the skinny Wei to be speechless. Tens of thousands of years later, we may meet again. I'm afraid that, by then, you'd shock us completely. Hammer raised his large hand and pat Luo Feng's shoulder. I await that day. Of course I'd have to survive and leave the outer region wars. Luo Feng had after all chatted with this group for half a year. The separation had finally come. These are the spoils from killing the 5 undyings earlier. Luo Feng flipped his hand and took out a world ring, looking at his brothers and sisters before him. To me, these items honestly aren't very useful. I believe you all need it a lot more than I do. After which, he used his world energy to control the ring. How can we allow this? Taiwo and the others were completely stunned. This was the wealth of 5 undyings, and especially with His Majesty Meng Wei Na, it was easily akin to tens or even hundreds of one-scaled undying Tualu. Madman's perspectives are completely different from ours. That Meng Wei Na, he easily killed him. These items truly don't mean anything to him. Everybody just accept it, the new recruit Rock said. Haha, the bigger the reward the better. Poison laughed, immediately reaching first for the world ring. Wow, so many treasures. Let me look. These have to be worth a few tens of thousands of mixed elements. This is akin to our past 1,000 years of goods. The members all passed the ring around to check it, the captain Taiwo said excitedly. This scanning device is much better than the one we use. A good scanning device is very important in the outer region wars. It will allow one to detect your enemy first while remaining hidden to them. This one alone should be worth over 10,000 mixed elements. It's good stuff. Madman, you will be exploring the battlefields. You need a good scanning device. I have one. Luo Feng nodded. He already had 2 good scanning devices. He bought one himself, which was extremely pricey. It would easily auction for over 10 million mixed elements. The other was the one his teacher Hu Yanbo used back then. It too was priced at several tens of thousands of mixed elements. However, the one Hu Yan Bo used was more proficient in short distance and somewhat weaker at scanning huge areas like 100 million km. Captain, how much do you know about the contribution points given from killing Undyings? Luo Feng asked. He wanted to ask before, but hadn't found the chance. Undyings are separated into generals, officials, and emperor level, of which official levels usually can reach the level of undying body. Once that happens, killing them is extremely tough, Taiwa said, and those generals without undying bodies are much easier to kill. Luo Feng nodded. Killing a general has the least points, and was usually split between two levels. The lower level general will give 100 million while the higher level would give 1 billion. Just these two levels, Taiwa said. Official levels and emperor levels both have 3 levels each. Killing a lower level official will give 10 billion. Killing a higher level official will give 100 billion. Killing a pinnacle level official would give 1 trillion. A lower level emperor would give 10 trillion. A high level emperor would give 100 trillion. A pinnacle emperor would give 1 quadrillion. Taiwa finished everything in one breath. He had been in the outer region wars for a long time, hence he knew many undyings, and also information about them. Luo Feng nodded as he heard. Thanks. He suddenly got up. Taiwa and the others looked at him. My brothers and sisters, you are considered my life and death partners. We'll meet again when we leave the outer region wars, but right now I'll be taking my leave, he said. Be careful, Taiwa emphasized. Don't you dare. Dike Poison shouted. Be careful, the other races have many tactics. Without an undying body, the moment you fall into a trap, it'd be hard to escape. I'm waiting to cling on to you. Demon Lady winked. Luo Feng said his goodbyes to the group and turned to fly out of the ship. So, with a flip of his hand, an E9 grade disc shapeship appeared and he flew in. 2 ships, one C9 and another E9, flew in different directions and vanished into the distant space. Luo Feng finally began his true battle journey in the outer region wars. Luo Feng had killed a good number of sector lords along with 5 undyings in his half-year in Shattered Stars, even though he had given the valuable items from the 5 undyings to his sector lord elite team. He still kept some things like the ship. These other race sector lords and undyings had gone through countless life or death situations too, killing many human and automaton warriors, collecting a lot of ships. However, they were killed by Luo Feng, and now he owned many of these ships for himself. When it came to F-grade ships, there was just one, the Yun Mo planet ship. As for the E-grade ships, he had 1,821 of them. For the D-grade ships, he had 302. Also, he had over 800 million C-grade ships. It was a pity that they weren't worth much. Other than that, he got over 100 million different grades of living ships. Even the Captain Taiwa, although he's still an undying, he still uses a normal C9 grade ship to fly about in Shattered Stars, even though he has a whole bunch of E9 ships too. These C9 ships are cannon fodder, so, who knows how many he's got. Luo Feng thought many warriors spend hundreds of thousands of years in the outer region wars. Normally, they order a large amount of C-grade ships as cannon fodder, since it was cheap. Within this E9 ship's control room, Luo Feng lay in the sofa and sipped on a boiling hot cup of tea. With this advanced scanning system, I'll be able to quietly sip tea in the outer region wars, and I wouldn't have to worry about any surprise attacks. Luo Feng drank his tea as his arm screen displayed the surrounding information. Of the area about him, 1 billion kilometers around him, the other race warriors couldn't even detect Luo Feng. Shattered Star's system didn't have any warriors who were able to purchase this device worth over 10 million mixed elements, or those with the channels to do so. Luo Feng, there's mail, Babata shouted. Luo Feng frowned and connected to the virtual universe network. Most warriors were always connected to the network in the outer region wars, because it allowed them to know where their allies were around them, and in battle, they had to open the synchronized broadcast. Only that way could the system see the battle and distribute contribution points. Send information to my ARM quantum computer, Luo Feng ordered, looking at his screen. The army system immediately gave the order. Soldier Luo Feng, you've already completed your point quota and left the team. You have two choices now. One is to continue fighting, and the other is to retire and leave the outer region wars. The worlds immediately appeared on his screen. Continue battle, Luo Feng said softly. The system received his answer and quickly sent another mail. Being free from the army, you have the right to exchange for treasures and even for cash. Every 100,000 contribution points equates to 1 mixed element. And as a virtual universe company member, every 100,000 contribution points can be exchanged for 1 point in the company. You can use the system to exchange for treasures or exchange them for points to exchange for in the virtual universe treasure trove. You chose to continue to fight, hence, you have 2 more choices. 1. You can go alone. 2. You can choose to lead a team. This team can have 100 sector lords, 1,000 domain lords, and 10,000 universe levels. Your mission is to lead this team into the battles. When you encounter other armies, you will deal with the Undying and your army will battle against theirs. Pick one. The contribution points distribution is the same. Picking the second choice, to lead an army, the point distribution will have an extra 50. For example, when you kill a normal Undying, you usually get 100 million points. When you lead an army, however, killing the same Undying will give you 150 million points. Also, when you lead the army, you needn't protect them. You will have to deal with the Undyings and stop the other race Undyings from massacring. Please make your choice. Luo Feng laughed. Becoming a nanny. The benefits seemed good, getting an extra 50 in points, even though it was pretty troublesome. However, with the extra points, many Undyings would probably still pick it. However, Luo Feng had too many trump cards, especially the golden horned beast. Hence, how could he use them when he led an army? I picked the first option of going solo, Luo Feng said softly. Already recorded. Soldier Luo Feng, you can apply to lead an army anytime you wish. Will now send you the latest 7th battlefield map. Please accept. The system sent the new map over via the virtual universe and closed the call. After map, Luo Feng sat in his sofa and sipped tea, looking up at the map before him. A 3D virtual map of the area showed up. The entire 7th battlefield seemed very complex in the map, with a blur of special areas, like shattered stars. These areas ranged in the tens of thousands. There were even more lower-level places that were in the trillions. These areas had very few strong warriors. Normally, only sector lords, domain lords, and universe levels moved around in those areas. Shattered Stars has many sector lord teams. There are quite a few Undying-led Teams 2, with few official levels. Luo Feng shook his head. It has no challenge for me, and there are too few undyings. Just looking for them alone is problematic. Hunting them would be even harder. Shattered stars didn't suit him. Then I'll head to. Luo Feng looked at the map. After zooming in a little, the countless dots had names beside them. Yanji continent. Luo Feng glanced at this spot. This is one of the high-level battle areas within the area of the 26th base. Zoom in. Luo Feng ordered. Zoom in on Yanji continent. From among the trillions of dots, Yanji continent was enlarged. This was an irregular continent that had large fragments floating about it. Words began to appear beside it, explaining in detail about the area. Yanji continent, one of the highest level battle areas in the 7th battlefield's 26th camp area. Those that dare enter are humans along with other race warriors. Their elite teams most definitely have undyings, and the armies are usually led by undyings. Every team has an undying, and there are a large number of official level undyings. Amongst the undyings, generals take up 2/3 of the number, officials take up 1/3 of them, and only very few are at emperor level. Here, if one doesn't have an undying body, survival chances are very low. Large amounts of information about the area's dangers were displayed. It finally said, the Yanji continent's largest diameter is 18 light-years with a few thousands of fragments that float about. These fragments have different diameters, the small ranging in the millions of km while the large in the trillions of km. Luo Feng sat in the sofa and sipped his tea, looking at the 3D map. Yanji continent is one of the highest level battle areas, Luo Feng said. However, within the 7th battlefield, it's still considered a second-class area. Above it, there's still the first class, and within camps 22-36, there are even more terrifying areas. However, those areas' lowest level warriors are all at least official level undyings. The emperors mostly stay in those areas. My human body can rely on the soldier armor, amplifying to 1000 sector. Lord's strength, that would be the low-level official undying strength, and my law comprehension is slightly stronger than a lower official. However, I don't have an undying body. Luo Feng shook his head. Against normal official level undyings, my earth body would have a lot of difficulty. The most dangerous places are where large amounts of emperor-level undyings gather. I'll head there in the future. My strength is still insufficient. Luo Feng nodded. When I become the most powerful being in Yanji continent, only then will I have the right to head to those places. Babada, let's head out, Luo Feng ordered. Yes. Luo Feng's scanning device had long detected some enemies, and easily dodged them. Hence, this E9 ship had never been attacked even before engaging in universe travel. Universe travel. 50 times light speed. Luo Feng, it'll take about 2 hours to reach the travel point close to Yen G continent. After we travel there, it would still take another 6 days to reach the area. However, we have very advanced scanning devices. The chances of being attacked are very low. Regardless, you cannot get careless. You may get unlucky and meet an emperor-level warrior somewhere. That level of warrior would have a device even more advanced than yours. If they discover how advanced your device is, they may very well choose to sneak over and attack you. If you meet an emperor's attack, that would be dangerous. Hence, you have to be on alert at all times. Understood. Luo Feng nodded. 6 days later. The black disk ship that had flown for a few days in the universe finally reached its destination. Hua. The alloy door of the control room automatically opened and Luo Feng entered. The control room, ordering 100 simulation. The external scenery was immediately displayed clearly. Yanji continent. Luo Feng stood in the control room and gazed ahead. We are finally here. A vast continent stood before them, and surrounding it were other huge continents floating about. My time in the outer region wars may be spent here for the next few thousands of years. Luo Feng pondered on the images of Taiwa, poison, hammer, demon, lady. They are probably still in shattered stars. Taiwa, let's hope you will all survive and return. Let's hope I will do so too. Luo Feng revealed a smile. So. The E9 ship swiftly flew towards the continent. From today, Taiwa's elite team would be fighting within shattered stars against the other races. Luo Feng, however, would be fighting against the stronger warriors of the other races. What the future held, no one truly knew.